Chapter 738. Sun Lang was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Stealth and whatnot were all evil paths. The ancestor of all assassins, Bayek, was an example. The truth of history was buried under the yellow sands of Egypt. It was obvious that the so-called specialty of the assassin family wasn't bludgeoning or backstabbing at all. That was because the Egyptian guardian's ultimate moves were furious charge, mountain splitting, dual sword flying kill, crazy magic staff technique, and psychokinetic guided arrow technique. The hidden blade was just a secondary weapon among secondary weapons, while backstabbing was just a hobby. Obviously, the one who truly understood the essence of assassins and restored the fighting techniques of the ancient assassin was the Indian noodle tycoon Connor. The Italian mafia, Ezio, and the others had obviously gone astray. Sun Lang yawned as he slipped past a few servant girls, and the other party only felt a gust of cool breeze. The mere Wang family had completely stopped him from moving forward. There were no experts that could catch his eye, and there was no complete patrolling system. Sun Lang walked through the huge Wang family, searching for Wang Ren's corpse. Although he had not been here before, based on Jia Su's description of the general direction and the flow of people in the Wang family, he slowly locked onto the target's location. Jia Su said that Wang Ren's body was found this morning in his own study. Wang Ren was a licentious person, and he was not a promising person. He sought pleasure all day, and his relationship with his wife was very bad. He often stayed out all night, leaving his wife alone in the room. Therefore, his wife did not feel that there was anything wrong with him not coming home at night. Furthermore, the maids and study boys in the study were all sent away early, so he died without a trace. It was only this morning that someone found his cold body. Sun Lang simply jumped directly onto a roof, moving quickly and quietly on the ridge of the roof. As he walked, he pondered. The servants in charge of serving were all sent away early on, indicating that there is a conspiracy. The murderer quietly killed and left without alerting anyone, indicating that he is very familiar with the Wang family. Hey, all the evidence points to Wang Shifeng. If she is really wronged, then this black pot is not small. He slid down along the cornice and climbed up to another house smoothly. After such a humiliating incident, the Wang family is on full lockdown and alert. People come and go in a hurry, and the servants won't wander around casually. In such a quiet atmosphere, there must be a very conspicuous place. That is the courtyard where Wang Ren lives. That's where he died. The coffin that contains his body also needs to stop there. He narrowed his eyes and leaned forward to take a look. In the blink of an eye, everything in his field of vision was reflected in his mind, down to the tiniest detail, vivid and lifelike. After all, he was a great grandmaster with outstanding martial arts, and his various bodily functions had already reached an extraordinary level that mortals could not imagine. That's right, Sun Lang's eyes could not only remember every detail of a beautiful girl's body in an instant, but they also came with a super-accurate Photoshop image processing function. After all, those with high martial arts could indeed do whatever they wanted. Being a super high-resolution human camera was naturally a piece of cake. Found it. Sun Lang's eyes locked in a direction, and he nimbly slipped out of the room. Sure enough, the further he went in that direction, the more people he encountered, and the tighter the security became. Sun Lang walked through a rockery as if nothing had happened. He bypassed several guards who were standing with their hands on their swords and stayed close to the wall of Wang Ren's house. He put his ear close to the wall. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Naturally, the movements in the courtyard could not be hidden from his ears. As long as he focused his hearing and listened carefully, all the sounds around him would enter his ears, and the sound of human breathing was especially heavy. How many people were inside, where they were, how strong their martial arts were, whether they were male or female, and even their age, he could determine all of them by listening. Heartbeat, breathing, footsteps, and voices were too obvious. That was why he felt strange. He had glanced around before, and also saw the general layout of Wang Ren's courtyard. Combined with his hearing ability, he could determine who was in where, and whether there was anyone in the house. These things were naturally clear. That was why he felt strange. Since Wang Ren was dead, and the Wang family kept his body, but did not move or bury him, it must be because there was a big story behind this murder case. After all, it involved the missing Wang Shifeng. If they buried him early, they might miss some secret clues. This was normal. But what was abnormal was that there was no one in the house. There was no one in the few big houses in Wang Ren's courtyard. It was fine if there were no servants, but his wife and children were also not there. It must be known that the family had to keep vigil before the husband's body was cold. Even if the relationship between the husband and wife was tense, they still had to keep vigil. This was the etiquette of aristocratic families. But obviously, there was no one in the house. There was no sound at all. Everyone was outside, on the roof, under the eaves, in the courtyard, watching all the movements in all directions, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were fully alert, obviously on the highest level of alert, guarding against any suspicious person entering or leaving. Rather than saying that they were protecting the crime scene, it was more like they were protecting something more important. Strange, how could the matter be so serious that even his wife and children are not allowed to stay? Sun Lang thought about it and was somewhat puzzled. Either the Wang family overreacted, or there was another story. Let's go in and take a look first. Sun Lang leaned against the wall and frowned. There were a total of 12 people guarding the courtyard, from the roof to the door, to the window, to the courtyard. They stood neatly, without any blind spots. Moreover, everyone was being watched by their companions, and a stab in the back would be discovered immediately. In this case, the evil stealth skills led by the Italian mafia were completely useless. They could only be like Bayek and Connor, one by one, chopping down one by one. If Sun Lang wanted to do it, he could instantly take the lives of the 12 people inside without alerting any of his enemies. However, there was no other choice. This time, he wanted to sneak in without bringing away a single piece of cloud. After all, the current situation in Jinling was a silent game. It wasn't difficult to kill until rivers of blood flowed, but it was clear that this matter would be blown out of proportion. There was a possibility that the Emperor's faction would discover that he had already arrived in Jinling. This was another showdown. Whoever showed traces first would be one step behind. In this case, he could only show his real stealth skills again. Humph, 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 humph. My special stealth skill will make Altair silent and Ezio cry. Sun Lang determined the general location, then squatted down. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the ground. Suck. Dig. Dig, 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 dig. First, a few stone slabs were easily sucked up, and the compacted soil under them was also easily grabbed out. In Sun Lang's hands, it was as soft as sand. After obtaining the holy golden sword, Sun Lang's earthwork skills had been further improved, and he easily dug out an entrance. He jumped in, and the piles of soil and gravel continued to fly out. His body was getting lower and lower, and then completely disappeared. The excavated soil and gravel seemed to be gathered by invisible hands, quietly compressing the volume, and then backfilling. First, it was the soil, then the stone slabs. In a few breaths, everything returned to its original state. After a while, Sun Lang, who had calculated the correct position, successfully sneaked in. He was not discovered by anyone. This was also related to the arrangement of the Wang family. Although the outside was heavily guarded, the door of the house was closed, and there was no one inside. It seemed that the person who gave the order not only wanted to protect the scene, the truth of Wang Ren's death, but also other more important secrets, so no one was arranged to watch inside. Obviously, this was a precaution. They were afraid that the vigilant people in the house would accidentally discover something. It was getting more and more interesting. Sun Lang first dug to Wang Ren's study room, which was the crime scene. He pulled himself out of the ground and stretched. The people outside did not hear anything. He looked around. It was an ordinary study. There were all kinds of books on the bookshelves. There were saints' scriptures and martial arts catalogues. There were exquisite study treasures on the table. There were also extraordinary swords hanging on the walls. The furnishings of this study were very much in line with the pretentious style of the southern aristocrats who passed down their books and swords. However, the books on the bookshelf were very new. Although there was no dust, there were no signs of them being flipped. The 4 treasures of the study on the table were very clean. It could be seen that the owner was also a superficial person. According to Jia Su, Wang Rin was just a narrow-minded and mediocre person. This was normal. However, Sun Lang walked closer to the bookshelves and took a closer look. They have been flipped through. Many people have flipped through them repeatedly, and these were arranged neatly later. For example, this one. He picked up a book called Summerland Fist Technique Overview and squinted his eyes to look at the cover. The light blue book cover was made of exquisite material, and the surface was smooth and clean. However, Sun Lang saw a faint fingerprint. Even though it was unintentional, the force was generated by itself. This person's finger technique has been practiced for 40 years, so even though he only picked up a book, the moment he pinched it, his will followed his heart and the force was generated by itself, leaving a very faint mark on the book. However, he hasn't mastered it yet, so he can't control it freely. From the looks of it, he must have flipped through it not long ago. Sun Lang put down the book and picked up another one. He glanced at it a few times and said, "This was flipped by another person. They came together not too long ago and their martial arts are not weak. They should be the older generation of the Wang family and have a considerable status in the manor. The books on the bookshelves have been rummaged through by them. Let me take a look. It's the same for the drawers. Many things have been rummaged through. What are they looking for?" A mediocre son had died in the hands of a woman who had married outside. Brother and sister killing each other was indeed a tragedy. But why would an elder of the family with outstanding martial arts and high status run into this junior's study to rummage through his things? And very carefully? Sun Lang put down the book in his hand and came to the wall. He reached out and pressed the wall. The power of the 7 luminaries spread outwards, seeking feedback from all things. Then, he learned that there was no hidden door in this room. Wang Rin might be hiding something important? However, the people who came to look for it seemed to have returned empty-handed. Sun Lang chuckled. So this blame will most likely fall on Wang Shifeng's head again. What is it this time? He took a last look around and did not find anything strange. So, he jumped into the hole again and dug all the way to the main room. If there was no accident, Wang Ren's coffin was in the main hall. Soon, Sun Lang came out of the ground again. Almost turned into the real Tu Xing Sunday. After Sun Lang came out, he shook his hand. The spacious main hall's door was tightly shut, the windows were tightly covered, and there wasn't even a candle. The surroundings were pitch black, and it was almost impossible to see one's 5 fingers. A huge coffin was quietly placed in the middle of the main hall. The lights were dim, and the atmosphere was strange and horrifying. The air was also very cold. Compared to the bright sunshine outside, the inside was like another world. The dark environment, the cold air, and the heavy coffin gave people a creepy feeling of fear. However, Sun Lang was a daring person. He was a ruthless person who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His nerves were already so big that he did not feel any pressure. He was a person who had been through hundreds of battles. He had fought even the most terrifying enemies, let alone ghosts. Even if he really encountered ghosts, he would kill the men with one punch and see if the women were beautiful or not. If they were beautiful, he would give it a try. In fact, other than being afraid of being stroked for a lifetime, there was really nothing to be afraid of. He twisted his zombie dance, and moved over very coquettishly. He skillfully opened the coffin lid. A gust of cold serene air hit him in the face. Sun Lang placed the coffin lid on the ground with his left hand and waved his right hand. Before the cold air could reach his face, it was brushed to the side. He looked at it carefully and couldn't help laughing. "You're quite smart." It turned out that the cold serene air in the room was not a psychological cue, nor was it a ghost. It was ice. A young man with a pale and gloomy face was lying in the coffin. Even though he was already dead, his face was very clear. The coffin was stuffed with copper vessels from top to bottom. The cold serene air was emitted from these vessels. It was obviously filled with ice. The summer in the south was extremely hot. Avoiding the summer heat was a national activity. There were rich and poor people, and there were high and low people. The rich and the powerful naturally had more leisurely ways to avoid the summer heat. As the saying goes, a farmer's heart is like boiling soup. Not only did the young masters and princes have fans, but they also had ice to eat. Nowadays, the method of making ice was slightly more common. Other than that, the rich also dug ice cellars. In the winter, they would take out ice and store it in the ice cellars. It would not melt all year round and could be used in the summer. Now, they seemed to have discovered other uses for ice. It was a small trick for living. The corpse was less likely to rot in a cold environment. Now, these exquisite vessels were continuously emitting cold air to freeze the body of the deceased. The exquisite design also collected water droplets and water vapor so that the coffin would not be wet. Then the question was, why did the Wang family have such vessels specially used to preserve corpses? Sun Lang clicked his tongue and reached his hand into the coffin without any hesitation. He pulled open the clothes and pressed his hand on Wang Ren's cold skin, which was gradually losing its elasticity, to check the wound on his chest. According to Jia Su, Wang Ren was struck in the chest and died from the white dragon palm. It was indeed so. The ribs in the chest were broken, the bones collapsed, and the heart was crushed. The heart was under immense pressure and then exploded. The blood that flowed back into the heart was squeezed out by the huge external pressure and spurted out again, completing the last blood circulation. Under the influence of this, the body's functions stopped at the fastest speed. He was killed in one strike and died very quickly. Jia Su said that Wang Shifeng was a smart and capable woman. She often lamented that she was born a girl because, be it in terms of martial arts or talent, she was one of the best in the younger generation of the Wang family. However, women still have to marry. The Wang family is a typical southern aristocratic family. They are very old-fashioned, and their daughters have to be married off. He retracted his hand and looked at Wang Ren from the coffin. Jia Su also said that Wang Ren is a useless mediocre person who has no ambition and indulges in pleasure. His kung fu is mediocre and his intelligence is lacking. He and Wang Shifeng don't look like they were born from the same mother. According to his description, if the mediocre Wang Ren went up against Wang Shifeng, who was extremely skilled in kung fu, and Wang Shifeng ambushed him, he could have been killed with just one palm, but the key question is, Sun Lang's smile became meaningful. He looked at Wang Ren as if he was talking to a dead man. The key question is, brother, your martial arts don't seem to be as bad as Jia Su said. The dead had passed away and their vital qi had dissipated. It was hard to know how strong they were when they were alive, but that was only in general. However, Sun Lang was different. His martial arts realm was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to the Wang family. Although Wang Ren was dead and his vital qi dissipated, his body, martial bones, and even his meridians were the best witnesses. Practicing martial arts would temper one's body and transform one's qi into vital qi. Practicing martial arts would leave traces on one's body. That was why he could tell and judge. Wang Ren was obviously an expert in martial arts. Wow, the trash in the eyes of the clansmen and outsiders is actually a genius who hides his cultivation. This setting is so familiar. Sun Lang laughed. "So, brother, are you the one who got into trouble because of your wealth and had your grandpa stolen?" Wang Ren naturally could not answer his question. When a person dies, the light goes out. In the eyes of outsiders, he did not have a high opinion of him, and his relationship with his wife was cold. Everyone thought that he was a wastrel with no achievements, but no one knew that he was actually hiding such a shocking talent. He obviously had superior martial arts, but he lived under the supercilious eyes of others. Such a person was either a masochist or had other motives. Why did he do this? What kind of person was he? No one knew. Because he was dead. Dead, everything was meaningless. That was not the most important question. A fatal blow. The person who killed him was not stronger than him. At least, the martial arts contained in this palm was not stronger than his. But he did not show any signs of counterattack and was killed without any resistance. The Wang family's investigation did not clear up any confusion, but instead brought new problems. Wang Ren was a master of hidden martial arts. The Wang family had people rummaging through Wang Ren's study. Wang Ren's death was obviously not as simple as brother and sister killing each other. Sun Lang said, "Things are getting more and more complicated." He was about to check something else when his expression changed. There was a commotion outside and then footsteps came from the roof. Someone was coming. Sun Lang looked at the hole he had dug. He was just about to hide in it when he focused his attention on listening for a moment. His expression flickered as he thought of a bold idea. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Ren's corpse, tossing it into the hole. The earth and rocks closed up, burying Wang Ren inside. Then, he turned around and sat down in the coffin, laughing softly. "Brother, move aside for me." Chapter 739. After Sun Lang quickly closed the coffin lid, the noise outside became louder and louder. Angry curses, berating, shoving, roaring, and shouting. All these chaotic noises gathered together and interweaved into a multi-layered symphony. This was a little interesting. After all, the cause of Wang Ren's death was so unusual, the heavy security, the study room that had been carefully searched, and the victim who hid his martial arts cultivation. The death of this prodigal son had become a taboo in the Wang family. They didn't even set up a mourning hall and didn't leave family members to keep watch over the coffin. All the clues and abnormalities showed that the Wang family obviously knew something. In this delicate situation, the courtyard where Wang Ren lived became the most heavily guarded. If there was any noise and chaos here, it would inevitably mean that something was out of the control of the Wang family. So, it was very interesting. Therefore, no matter who came, no matter what happened, Sun Lang would definitely hide and watch the show. It was easy to be discovered if he jumped on the roof beam, and it was a bit low to be buried in the soil. After thinking about it, only hiding in the coffin was more unique, creative, and very fun. Yes, fun. Sun Lang had been on the battlefield for 6 years. His teacher was the spirit of the Imperial Army, who was of great seniority and profound accumulation. He learned the martial arts and military tactics that shocked the 6 armies and made the Sky Demon's face change. Later, he combined these skills with many fragments of memory from the Earth and developed many imaginative and creative tactics. Some of these ideas succeeded, and these brilliant victories and results could be made into a collection of blockbusters. Some failed, and those stupid things could be made into a collection of stupid things. In those days, the great sun had crawled into the grass, carried the cardboard box, made the leap of faith, and opened the peerless skill, but he had never hidden in the coffin to attack people. In his impression, Wang Chongyang seemed to have done this, and became the first example of the coffin lid not being able to cover up. Alas, it was a pity that Ouyang Feng's toad skill was broken by Wang Chongyang's one-yang finger. That was the toad skill, and it was broken just like that. It gave people a feeling that it was harder. Since Wang Chongyang could touch it, then so could I. Sun Lang happily lay down in the coffin. Although Wang Ren's body had been in there for a while, he didn't mind at all. He crossed his legs and changed into a more comfortable position. He had seen Azura battlefields with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, not to mention such a small scene. People who practiced martial arts were full of vigor, while people in the army were full of murderous intent. Sun Lang was also a top figure in these two fields. His chi was so strong that no evil could invade it. The gloomy chi that had just been produced in the coffin was immediately dispersed by his chi. He lay in the coffin and pricked up his ears to listen to the movements outside. The shouting became louder and louder, and it seemed that there was even some pushing and friction. It seemed that this group of uninvited guests wanted to force their way in, but they were stopped by the guards here. The two sides were at a stalemate, and their anger grew. Their mouths were somewhat dirty. Motherf **Ker, why don't you do it? The two sides didn't do anything, and Sun Lang was very bored. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous roar. Why are you stopping me? Brother Wang and I are brothers in life and death, and our friendship is made of iron. He died for no reason, and the murderer is unknown. As his brother, can't I even take one last look at him? The other side's tone didn't back down. Master Shi, please forgive us. Third Master has ordered us to be careful. Without his order, even if the Heavenly King comes, we are not allowed to enter. If anything happens, we will bring our heads to see you. If Master Shi insists on forcing his way in, we can only fight with our lives. That, Master Shi said angrily. You think I don't dare to kill you? Master Shi? Sun Lang only knew Shi Delin, but he didn't know who this Master Shi was. But, was it someone from the Shi family? Jia Shi, Wang Shui, the four big families of Jinling. Sun Lang didn't know much about them. His biggest impression of the Shi family was that the old madam of the Rongwa family was from the Shi family. Other than that, there was nothing else. Wait, Sun Lang suddenly remembered something. A few years ago, Sun Lang's reputation rose in the army. As the saying goes, a mother's status rose because of her son. A young general with a bright future and outstanding military achievements could not only raise his mother's status, but also the whole family. Naturally, the status of the Rongwa family also rose. According to the four big families' nature of supporting each other, if there was such a big leg in the army, they would definitely pounce on it and kiss and lick it. But in fact, there was no such thing. At that time, Sun Lang's name was already well known. His military exploits were illustrious, and he was highly regarded. His power was already established, and he had almost leapt into the ranks of the top generals of the empire. Even the stupidest person would know that age had already become General Jia's final weakness. And if he could continue to win, then age was nothing. Entering the martial arts hall to establish a pavilion, holding a sword to worship the Prime Minister, and assisting the royal court. This was the highest achievement in the history of the empire, and this General Jia seemed to have touched the edge of it before the age of 30. Logically speaking, with such an earth-shattering thigh, not only would the various branches and manors of the Jia mansion kneel down and sing "Conquer" without any principles, the other three families would also shamelessly lick his boots. Even the other aristocratic families of Jiangnan would express goodwill and fawn on him, seeing Marshal Jia, who came from the Rongwa mansion, as the natural leader of the South, and then choose to rely on him. According to common sense, they would do their best to support Sun Lang. The huge wealth accumulated by the southern families would be exchanged for weapons, provisions, war horses, and other supplies, regardless of the local support for the army under Sun Lang's command. The literati raised by the southern families would flatter and promote Sun Lang without any bottom line. The various talents cultivated by the southern families would continuously go north to join the army and join Sun Lang's command. This was an investment, a choice, and a choice. Only by paying would one be able to get more. It should be known that a future prime minister who was not even 30 years old and could influence the empire's military and political circles for at least 50 years, could provide a huge return that was far greater than the small price they paid. According to common sense, the cunning and scheming Jiangnan aristocratic families would have done so. But they didn't. There was nothing. There was no support of money, no support of the navy, and no support of talent. Not only did the Xiaozhou and the southern families, even the other three families that were called the Four Great Families along with the Jia Manor did not express anything. The Wang family's talents had withered, and the Shui family had turned to business. However, the Shi family was full of talents and had produced many heroes. Of course, there were many heroes with outstanding military achievements, but none of them went to work under Sun Lang's command. This was rather strange. At the time, Sun Lang was different and his thinking was different. At the time, he was foolish and naive, and had a natural guilty conscience about his false identity. He wanted everything related to the Jia Manor to be as far away from him as possible. If the young talents of the Shi family did not run over to his side, he would be more than happy. As for the southern families not coming over to join him, he also did not care. He, great master Sun, was a successor to communism born under the red flag. He had a natural enmity and rejection of this entrenched feudal landlord class. Furthermore, he had always walked the mass line. The soldiers under his command were mostly good comrades with simple proletarian feelings. There was no need to accept a group of strange people. In any case, he could still do well. But now, he had experienced many things, and his mentality and outlook had changed drastically. Although the things of the past had become memories, regardless of whether he was happy or angry, they would not linger in his heart. However, it was precisely because of this detached outlook that he was able to notice things that he did not notice at the time. Strange. Why did the Shi family and the southern families not kneel down and lick my boots at that time? Actually, it was not strange. Sun Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. At that time, his reputation was outstanding, and his military achievements were so outstanding. It was likely that he had already aroused the fear of the emperor and that group of people. Or rather, their vigilance and fear had never disappeared. Under such circumstances, how could they allow me to obtain the support and investment of the southern families? Among the southern families, there was no lack of smart people. They did not kneel down and lick my boots, not because they were not smart, but because they had received some kind of warning. And warning, then, was the Shi family the same? A strange light flashed in Sun Lang's eyes. The Shi family warning and warning. Who was the one that warned and warned them? Other than warning them, did they do something else? What kind of role was the Shi family playing now? As soon as he thought of this, he already had a plan in mind. The stalemate outside was still ongoing. He thought of something and smiled coldly. Since you are not going to make a move, I will add fuel to the fire. He stretched out his hand and the coffin lid silently slid open. Sun Lang jumped out and quietly walked to the side of the door. Outside, there were two groups of people confronting each other. Sun Lang smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the door. An indiscernible and invisible sword chi shot out from his finger and silently shot towards the outside. This energy contained the sharp metal power of the Golden Radiance Sacred Sword. It belonged to the Golden Radiance Sacred Sword. A Shi family knight holding a sword in his hand was shouting at the opposite side. His heart was burning with anger. Suddenly, he felt the sword in his hand vibrate, and then his blood boiled. The irritability and killing intent in his heart were stimulated by the Golden Radiance Sacred Sword. Like a flood, it rushed out and broke the line of defense of his mind. He lost control of his body and involuntarily roared and slashed at the person opposite him. All of this happened so quickly that before anyone could react, the splashing wind broadsword had already turned into a cold beam of light and slashed out. The Wang family guard on the opposite side saw that the sword was about to hit him. It was so fierce that it had already enveloped his whole body. There was almost no way for him to escape. He was about to lose his life. The fear of death stimulated all of his potential. He roared and thrust his sword towards his opponent's chest. This was a desperate gamble, a madness of exchanging a life for a life. If he succeeded, he would be able to force this bastard to retreat. If not, he would drag him down with him. At this critical moment, two figures rushed over. One of them grabbed the back of the Sher family's knight's neck, and the other grabbed the right arm of the Wang family's guard. They both pulled back, and the two people who were about to die together flew back, avoiding the tragedy of both of them dying. The people who made the move were the two brothers, Sher Stallone and Sher Wengong. Although Stallone looked boorish and unruly, he was actually very meticulous and thoughtful. They came to the Wang family to explore a certain secret, but they did not plan to completely fall out with the Wang family. If someone died here and they fought, the situation would become very passive. That was why he had acted so quickly. His younger brother, Sher Wengong, knew what he was thinking and pulled them apart at the critical moment. Sher Stallone threw the Sher family's knight behind him and looked at him coldly. This idiot had almost ruined his plan. Although it was not the right time to act, he would definitely skin him alive after this matter was over. Sher Wengong also threw out the Wang family guard in his hand. Sher Wengong, who was known as the Hawk of the Sher family, was quick-witted. Although he pulled the two people apart and avoided casualties, he still made a move. Moreover, he was the one who made the first move. It was inevitable that he would become the subject of ridicule. He immediately shouted, "Don't be long-winded. You can't make the decision. Ask your third master to come here." As soon as he finished his words, he heard a muffled sound. There was the sound of liquid splashing on the ground. It sounded like someone was vomiting blood. Sher Wengong was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked in the direction of the sound. The Wang family guard who was thrown away by Sher Wengong fell to the ground and curled up in pain. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. What happened? Sher Wengong subconsciously looked at his hand. I didn't use any strength. For a moment, the air suddenly became quiet. The Sher family knight, the Wang family guard, and even Sher Stallone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the helpless Sher Wengong. At this time, Sher Wengong was wondering if he had unknowingly improved his skills and injured the Wang family guard. After a moment of confusion, Sher Wengong realized that he was in a terrible situation. Then, the quick-witted hawk of the Sher family made the most correct choice. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could react, he calmly walked towards the Wang family guard. At this point, he couldn't push the blame to the Wang family guard. He had to treat him with respect. He had to apologize. He had to treat him. He had to give him medicine. However, his attitude had to be neither servile nor overbearing. He had to let them know that Sher Wengong, who was thinking of countermeasures and perfecting his train of thought, suddenly felt that he was tripped. Perhaps it was because of the sudden change that made him panic. Perhaps it was because he was deep in thought and his reaction was slightly delayed. Perhaps it was because the position of the stone was just right. In short, Sher Wengong, the hawk of the Sher family, was a talent in Jinling. He was recommended by the elders of the family to be the best spear user in the family. He was talented and had a bright future. He tripped over a stone. Sher Wengong's basic skills were incomparably solid, and his lower body skills were very strong. Even when he encountered such a situation, he was still able to remain calm and adapt to the situation. With his extremely strong reaction speed, he made the most reasonable response. He used the 7 stars footwork and took advantage of the situation to rush forward. With his lower body skills, even if he tripped over the stone, as long as he took 2 steps forward, he would be able to stand firm. He took the first step. His steps were clean and his body was graceful. Then, he took the second step. It was like an immortal walking on the moon. It was as if he was crossing the sea. Bang! It was like a curved shot that led to victory. He kicked. Shirwengong's right leg kicked the Wang family guard on the ground at lightning speed. A shocking scene happened in Wang Ren's former residence. In this land that was tainted by blood, a second cruel crime was being committed. As if in slow motion, everyone's mouth was wide open as they watched the body of the Wang family guard slowly fly into the sky. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the distance. Then, there was an even more tragic scream. The air became even quieter. Shirwengong, who was frozen in place, looked at his right leg in disbelief. He clearly didn't use any strength. He clearly just rushed forward. Even if he accidentally kicked the guard, how could he send him flying? Did my martial arts really improve? Shirwengong was the first to recover. He angrily roared, "Did you not bring your brain today?" Shirwengong shouted, "I didn't use any strength." Although this was the truth, in such a complicated situation, it was not stingy with the most vicious mockery. The guards of the Wang family who were rooted to the ground finally regained their senses. Raging flames of anger rose in their chests. Again and again, could the Shir family do whatever they wanted? "You are going too far," one of the guards angrily said. "I will fight with you." The Wang family guards who shared a common enemy broke out a heroic fighting spirit and rushed toward the hateful Shir family invaders. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Seeing this group of people coming at them aggressively, the Shir family knights all took out their weapons. This scene aroused the anger of the Wang family guards. "Damn it, you really came to fight." Shirwengong gritted his teeth. At this point, it was useless to say more. He shouted, "Big brother!" Stallone was also a decisive person. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Shirwengong, or what had just happened, it was useless to talk about it now. "Let's get through this hurdle first," he roared. "I don't care. Let's fight our way in first." Shirwengong shouted, "Stop them!" The Shir family's knights immediately went up to the Wang family's guards, while the two Shir brothers rushed towards the main hall in the courtyard. They were both the Shir family's younger generation's elites, and their martial arts were outstanding. Even though the Wang family's guards were the elites of the Shir family, they still couldn't stop the two young masters of the Shir family from charging towards them. The few people who blocked the way were casually pushed away by Shirwengong and Shirwengong. They didn't intend to kill people, so they just knocked them away. Shirwengong rushed to the door. The muscles on his arms burst out. He slammed the door hard and the sun shone directly into the room. Senran's cold wind blew out of the room. In the middle of the hall there was a black coffin. There was no one in the room. Only the cold air lingered in the room. It was like the last sigh of the dead. When the Wang family guards saw this, they rushed over. Shirwengong had already rushed in. He stretched out his hand and touched the coffin. It was heavy. He said happily, "It's really inside." Shirwengong pushed away the two guards who rushed up and shouted, "Open the coffin!" "Okay." Chapter 740. He had only separated the two people who had almost perished together, but he had caused them to vomit blood. He had only tripped them, but he had kicked the person who had fallen to the ground. This unexpected turn of events pushed the matter to the most intense stage. The originally covetous coercion turned into a helpless fire. They had clearly made the most meticulous plan in advance, and everything was clearly under their control. But why did it turn out like this? Shirwengong couldn't understand. He had no idea why things had suddenly turned out like this. Why did that idiot make a move without saying anything? Why did he throw the guard to the ground and make him vomit blood? Why was he tripped with his martial arts? Why did he coincidentally kick the guy away after tripping him? He couldn't understand the mystery even if he racked his brains. He could only attribute these things to the lowest probability of coincidence. Damn it, was he possessed? No matter what, he couldn't care less about other things now that things had turned out this way. Shirwengong and his brother worked together to break through the blockade of the guards. He rushed into the main hall. Wang Ren's coffin was placed there. The surrounding air was cold, as if the dead were lamenting in a low voice. This was the goal of their trip. They had to figure out whether Wang Ren was dead or alive. They had to figure out how Wang Ren had died. In addition, they had to figure out the whereabouts of that thing and ensure that it was in the hands of the Shi family. They had originally wanted to force the old man surnamed Wang to come out, to bully him, to threaten him, and to force him to bow his head. But since things had turned out like this, they could only use force. Let's use force then. Shi Tailong stood in front of the door, blocking the frantic guards. He shouted in a deep voice, "Open the coffin!" Shi Wengong said sternly, "Okay." Now that the two sides had attacked, although it was hasty, they had still caught the Wang family off guard. With the help of the brothers, he had already entered the main hall. Wang Ren's coffin was in front of him, and the Wang family's reinforcements had not yet arrived. It would only take a moment to open Wang Ren's coffin. I don't believe that there will be any more problems. The strange things that had happened before really made Shi Wengong feel extremely aggrieved. He was confident that his martial arts skills were excellent, and he was overflowing with talent. He was the leader of the younger generation in Summer Province. Who would have thought that such a big problem would happen in this important mission? Not to mention his brother's reprimand and the strange looks from his subordinates, even his own self-esteem could not tolerate that inexplicable mistake. The shame of a mistake could only be washed away with hard work and results. Let's begin from now on. He took a deep breath and circulated his true qi around his body. An explosive force was accumulating in his arms. The Shi family's falcon was on high alert. He had enough of those inexplicable mistakes. This time, he could only succeed and not fail. He could not afford to make any mistakes. With such firm confidence, he took 2 steps forward, grabbed the edge of the coffin lid, and lifted it up forcefully. With a lift. Boom. Boom. Shi Wengong's eyes widened. He couldn't lift it. He couldn't lift it at all. The coffin lid seemed to be made of iron. It did not budge at all. He could easily pull out a willow tree with his strength, but the coffin lid did not budge at all. What the f***ck is going on? Shi Wengong was anxious. He got into a horse stance and borrowed strength from the ground. His true qi circulated through his meridians, and his strength poured into his arms. He used even more strength to lift the coffin lid. Unfortunately, it was useless. No matter how much strength he used, Wang Ren's coffin was still as motionless as a mountain. F***ck. Shi Wengong almost cursed out loud. What the f***ck is going on? Shi Tailong stood in front of the door and repelled the guards who rushed up one after another to buy time for Shi Wengong. However, there was no movement from the other side. Just as he started to feel suspicious, he heard a loud rumbling sound. Success? He was overjoyed. He turned his head to look and almost exploded with anger. He saw Wang Ren's coffin rolling on the ground a few times. It was flipped over to one side, and his good brother was circling around the coffin. His hands were scratching, pushing, and scratching. He was using all his strength to move the coffin, but nothing happened. He was like a f***king cat scratching around a food box. Are you a f***king cat? Shi Tailong felt a murderous aura rush from his brain to his Yongquan point. He was so angry that he almost laughed out loud. He roared, "What the f***ck are you doing now?" Shi Wengong, who was fully focused, was startled by this. Immediately, he revealed a blank and aggrieved expression and shouted, "Elder brother, there's something wrong with the coffin. I can't open it." Shi Tailong roared, "What problem can there be? Why can't you open it?" Shi Wengong shouted, "I really can't open it. Did the Wang family cast the coffin to a dead end?" Shi Tailong sent another Wang family guard flying with a punch. He rushed to the front of Wang Ren's coffin in a flash. He raised his foot and stepped on the coffin, straightening it. Then, he grabbed the side of the coffin lid and lifted it with force. With a soft sound, the coffin opened. The person lying inside was revealed. His face was pale and his eyes were closed. It was the dead Wang Ren. This is so King embarrassing. When Shi Wengong saw that his brother was about to open the coffin, he calmly waited for his brother to be defeated. Just now, he used all of his strength, but he couldn't even move the lid of the coffin. Even if his brother, Shi Stallone, was born with great strength and tyrannical external skills, he wouldn't be much stronger than him. If he, Shi Wengong, couldn't open the coffin, then Shi Tailong wouldn't be able to either. But with a snap, the lid opened. It wasn't made of iron, and it wasn't even nailed in. It was just a normal mortise and tenon joint. Shi Tailong was also dumbfounded. When he heard Shi Wengong say that he couldn't open it, he thought that the Wang family really did something. So, he used 80% of his strength just now. He estimated that he could even move a 1,000-pound boulder. Who knew that the coffin lid was so light that it opened with just a lift? Most of his strength landed on empty air, almost causing him to fall over. The two brothers looked at each other. Shi Tailong was still holding onto the coffin lid. They were both dumbfounded. Shi Wengong was silent for a moment. Then, he said weakly, when I tried to open it, Shi Tailong didn't say anything. He couldn't take it anymore and punched him. Idiot! Shi Wengong was punched in the face. He flew out and hit the wall with a bang. He slid down with his arms and legs spread out. He covered his face with an expression of disbelief. Even father can't beat me. Logically speaking, everyone had their own pride. Moreover, Shi Wengong was a talented genius. He had never suffered any setbacks since he was young. He was doted on by his father and his family. Even if what happened today was really strange, even if what he did was a little shameful, it wasn't a reason for you to hit me. Why did you hit me? Why did you hit me? Shi Tailong glared at him. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of father. Shi Tailong's anger wasn't without reason. Today, Shi Wengong first threw the guard to the ground and made him vomit blood. Then, he went up and kicked the guard, causing a fight to break out. This caused the conflict between the Shi family and the Wang family to worsen. It was as if Shi Wengong had lost his mind. And just now, Shi Tailong was King wasting time. Shi Tailong even suspected that his younger brother was a spy for the Wang family. Shi Wengong jumped up. His eyes were red. He looked at Shi Tailong and breathed heavily. His chest was heaving up and down. He looked like a mad bull that was accumulating anger. Just as the two brothers were about to fight, a roar suddenly came from outside. Stop! When the Shi brothers heard this, their expressions changed. Sun Lang, who was hiding underground, withdrew his hand and sighed. What a pity! He wanted to do something to make the two brothers fight. Shi Tailong fiercely stared at Shi Wengong. He bent down and grabbed the coffin. Then, he put Wang Ren's coffin back on the platform and closed the coffin lid as fast as possible. After all, no matter how fierce the fight was, they couldn't let the Wang family see Wang Ren's coffin scattered on the ground. This was disrespectful to the deceased. No matter where they put it, it was unreasonable. They quickly closed the coffin. Shi Tailong said in a low voice, "Get out." Shi Wengong gritted his teeth. In the end, he still maintained his rationality. He knew that now wasn't a good time to settle accounts with Shi Tailong. He coldly snorted and strode out. When the two returned to the door, they saw that both sides had stopped fighting. There were many people standing on the roofs and walls of the courtyard. They were all ready to fight. Shi Tailong nonchalantly closed the door and cupped his hands. Uncle Wang San. The one who was called Uncle Wang San was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. His hair was slightly white and his temperament was more refined than fierce. But at this moment, this seemingly refined middle-aged man was also angry. He looked at the Shi brothers and angrily said, "I don't deserve to be called uncle by you. I think you want to be my grandfather." Shi Tailong faintly smiled. Uncle Wang-san, why do you say that? Our 4 families are connected by spirit and branch. We are all first-class relatives. How could this little one dare to be disrespectful to you? The middle-aged man coldly said. Then why are you here? Stallone calmly replied. Third uncle, please allow me to report. Today, I was sitting at home when I suddenly heard the thunderous news. My good brother, Wang Ren, had actually died an unnatural death. As his elder brother, I felt as if my insides were burning and my soul had left my body. I hurriedly rushed over to see my poor brother for the last time. He pointed at the enraged guards of the Wang clan and said, however, I was stopped by these unruly servants, not allowing me to meet with brother Wang Ren. What is the reason for this? Are these unruly servants bullying their masters? Or is there something else? Uncle Wang-san, can you tell me how my brother died? Without waiting for the other side to reply, Shi Tailong took another step forward. His expression was solemn and his eyes were cold. Also, since Uncle Wang-san is here, this little one wants to ask. Since my brother is dead, why isn't there a mourning hall? Where is my sister-in-law? Where is my nephew? Why is there no one guarding the coffin? Could it be that third uncle wants my brother to die as a wandering ghost with his eyes wide open? Speaking up to here, his tone was powerful. This little one is not talented. After my brother's death, I can't rest in peace. As his brother, of course I have to do something. This guy was clearly a criminal who broke into people's houses. But with his rotten mouth, he became a hero who stood up for his brother. Uncle Wang-san was naturally enraged. Wang Ren's brother? Bah! That playboy only seeks pleasure all day long and has no ambition. Why would you, a famous person in Jinling, look at him in the eye? In recent years, your Shi family has become more and more arrogant. You don't put the other 3 families in your eyes. How can you have a sworn brother? He flicked his sleeves and said angrily, This is the Wang family's private matter. You don't have to worry about it. Shi Tailong said indifferently, A country has its own laws and a family has its own rules. But above the family rules, there is also a country's law. Since there was a murder case in the Wang family, the government should investigate it. I wonder if Uncle Wang-san has reported it. Do you need me to do it for you? Report my ass. If it wasn't for his image in front of the younger generation, Uncle Wang-san would have already scolded him. In Jinling, the 4 major families controlled the sky with one hand. Even the civil and military officials of Jinling had to obey the orders of the 4 major families. But this was a matter of the past. In the past 2 years, the Jia family had weakened, the Wang family's situation was getting worse and worse, the Shui family had already left the government. Only the Shi family's days were getting better and better. Naturally, the officials of Jinling changed from obeying the orders of the 4 major families to obeying the orders of the Shi family. After all, it was normal for a good bird to choose a tree to nest in. So he reported it to the government? What's the difference between this and giving Wang Ren's body to the Shi family? Uncle Wang-san said coldly, Wang Ren died suddenly in his home. It was not a murder case, so there is no need to report it to the government. We will take care of the body. You trespassed into the Wang family's home and killed people. What do you have to say? Shi Tailong said indifferently, This is because brother Wang Ren and I appreciated each other. We couldn't help it. As the saying goes, too much concern leads to confusion. In a moment of desperation, we did something out of line. I know my mistake. If Uncle Wang-san is unwilling to forgive me, I am willing to go to the government with Uncle Wang-san. We will talk about this matter and ask the Lord to make a decision. He was known as the Flying Bear of the Shi family, but when he spoke, there was a knife hidden in his smile. Uncle Wang-san was unable to gain any advantage. If there was no accident just now and the 2 sides did not fight, Uncle Wang-san would have been forced to show up. The Shi family was indeed talented. Uncle Wang-san was angry and jealous. He was angry that Shi Tailong was too arrogant, but he was also envious that the Shi family had such a talent. Most of the young talents of the Wang family were killed in the Tianyuan War. The most talented of the young generation, Wang Shifeng, gave birth to a daughter, and now for a moment, his interest waned and his tone softened. Forget it. I won't argue with you. This is a private matter of the Wang family, and outsiders have no right to interfere. For the sake of your father, I can pretend that today's matter didn't happen. You can leave now. Stallone and Shi Wengong glanced at each other, and a sneer appeared in their eyes. Since they had already made a move, how could they just go back like this? How could they go back without achieving anything? On this point, the two brothers had a common understanding. Although it was all Shi Wengong's fault. He was the one who beat people, kicked people, and wasted time around the coffin, it was still Shi Tailong who led the team. No matter how retarded his brother was, he still had to take responsibility. Therefore, he said in a serene tone, "Sure, Uncle Wang-san. But before I leave, I want to borrow something from you." Chapter 741. Hearing this, Uncle Wang-san asked, "Borrow what?" Shi Tailong and Shi Wengong looked at each other and sneered at the same time. Borrow what? They had heard that the old man had become a fool from studying. He could not even protect his family's reputation. Now it seemed that it was true. Borrow what? What else can he borrow? The two brothers roared at the same time. Shi Wengong spun around and kicked backwards. The door of the main hall behind him opened again. Shi Stallone immediately rushed in and slapped the coffin with his palm. The lid of the coffin was firmly closed, no different from when he closed it earlier. It was heavy to the touch, and when it shook, there was a strange, muffled sound. Wang Ren's body was inside. There was no problem. Then, he clasped his hands together and exhaled. The heavy coffin suddenly leaped up and landed on his shoulder. Borrow what? We will take Wang Ren's body. Shi Tailong rushed out. Uncle Wang-san saw Shi Tailong rushing out with Wang Ren's coffin and immediately became furious. He roared, "You Shi family are too much." Shi Tailong carried the coffin with one hand and his speed did not slow down. He laughed and said, "Let Uncle Wang-san know that today in Jinling, Shi family can do whatever they want." Third Uncle Wang roared angrily, waving his palm to attack Shi Tailong, but a strong wind blew in from the side. Shi Wengong quietly attacked. His flying legs were like a python pouncing on its prey, agile and swift, intercepting the Wang family's leader. The two of them attacked each other with their fists and feet. Shi Wengong did not fall behind. Uncle Wang-san was shocked and jealous when he saw that the Shi family's junior could be on par with him. He wanted to increase his attack, but on the other side, Shi Tailong grabbed Wang Ren's coffin and threw it directly at him. The coffin was chosen by Uncle Wang-san himself. It was made of strong wood that could resist stabs and hammers. It also had a special fragrance that could slow down the decay of the body. Because there were many reasons behind Wang Ren's death, he had to keep the body intact as much as possible. Therefore, he found this precious coffin from the family treasury. Because he chose it himself, he naturally knew how strong and heavy this thing was. Therefore, when he saw such a large coffin sweeping towards him, he had no choice but to retreat. Stallone directly used this thing as a big weapon. His brute force was amazing, and his external strength was tyrannical. He wielded it with ease, and with a casual sweep, it was a large-scale heavy blow. The Wang Fu guards who rushed up were forced to retreat one by one. Seeing this, Uncle Wang-san's anger rose and he shouted, "Shoot! Fire!" The knights of the Shi family surrounded the two young masters. Shi Stallone carried the coffin on his shoulder and proudly looked around at the guards of the Wang family who were holding crossbows on the walls and roofs. He shouted, "Shoot the arrows? If you have the ability, shoot us brothers to death right here in the Wang family." When the archers heard this, their faces slightly changed. In recent years, the situation had reversed. The Wang family had declined, and the Shi family had become tyrannical. If there was anyone who was most sensitive to this kind of change, it would be the middle and lower class members of the Wang family. For example, in the gambling house, in the restaurant, on the street, people's faces would change accordingly. It was enough to make these people feel that the power of the family was declining. They clearly realized that the Wang family was no longer powerful. Today's Jinling was the world of the Shi family. Did they dare to shoot the two most outstanding children of the Shi family to death? They didn't dare to. They knew the power and influence of the Shi family. They knew the consequences of hurting the most outstanding children of the Shi family. They knew that the Wang family could no longer protect them. Otherwise, the Shi brothers wouldn't have arrogantly come to the door. They wouldn't have repeatedly humiliated the head of the family. Moreover, after they were caught in the act, they still dared to arrogantly take the coffin and leave. Therefore, they didn't dare to shoot the arrows. They even lowered the crossbows in their hands a little bit. Uncle Wang-san was furious and roared, "Shoot the arrows! Shoot the arrows!" Shi Wengong said in a Sinran tone, "Whoever dares to shoot the arrows first, I promise that before tomorrow, the bodies of his whole family will be hanging on the door of the Wang family." The archers were still hesitating. No one dared to shoot the first arrow. Shi Stallone laughed and said, "Uncle Wang-san, you really don't have the right to be the acting head of the family. If you don't have the authority, how can you convince the people?" Among the four major families in Jinling, the Jia family is supported by a woman, the Wang family is a group of mediocre people, the Shui family doesn't want to make progress, and only the Shi family is at its peak. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to the circumstances. Uncle Wang-san, why don't you join the Shi family as soon as possible? It is far better than being the acting head of the family. Uncle Wang-san roared and snatched a bow. He controlled the bowstring and shot an arrow. "How dare you? The old madam of the Rongua family is your elder. How dare you be so rude?" Shi Stallone pushed the arrow away and sneered, "That old woman doesn't think of herself as a member of the Shi family. Why should I respect her? The men of the Rongua family are all dead. What's wrong with such a large family property supporting the Shi family?" But she dared to refuse the kindness of the family. How stupid! She is a married woman of the Shi family. She would rather guard the Rongua family until she dies than to give it to her maternal family. Do you think her dead grandson can come back to life? Uncle Wang-san's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Shut up! Do you want to die?" Shi Stallone also realized that he had said something wrong. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt a Sinran chill rising from the bottom of his heart. It was as if the surrounding temperature dropped to the freezing point. Even with his profound internal energy, he couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't speak the words that were on the tip of his tongue. But in the next moment the chill dissipated, and Stallone came back to his senses. He had mistaken the source of the chill just now, and his heart was filled with shame and anger. He had actually been scared by a dead person who had died a long time ago? Uncle Wang-san was keenly aware of all this. He sneered and ridiculed, "You also know fear?" Shi Stallone Sinran said, "When a person dies, the light goes out. The past is like smoke. Why should I be afraid? He is already dead. He died without knowing why. A person who died without knowing why, even if he was powerful when he was alive, what is there to be afraid of? If you want me to be afraid of him, unless he appears in front of me, then I will probably be afraid." Uncle Wang-san said coldly, "Shameless boasting." Shi Stallone smiled meaningfully. "Uncle Wang-san, how that person died, you must know in your heart. Although he was the best in the 6 armies, he still died. You should know why he died. You must know who killed him and what kind of power he died under. So, I said that I am not afraid of him. Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand?" Uncle Wang-san's face suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said, You, Shi Stallone smiled, "What? I said that a wise man submits to circumstances. Do you understand now? Uncle Wang-san, the 4 major clans are about to become a thing of the past. The Shi family will soon become the only voice in Jinling. If you want to preserve as much of your family's business as possible, then make a choice as soon as possible. Uncle Wang-san didn't speak, but his eyes were fiercely changing. He was obviously shocked to the extreme. Shi Stallone looked at him. His left arm carried the coffin and his right hand stretched out like a fan. Since you already understand the situation, then, where is that thing? Give that thing to me. Uncle Wang-san was confused when he suddenly heard this sentence. He suddenly thought of that thing and was shocked. The confusion and shock in his eyes were swept away. His expression returned to normal. He looked at the arrogant and unscrupulous Shi Stallone. The anger in his heart was reignited. That thing. For that thing, the Wang family sacrificed so much. How many people died? But now, you can actually take it for granted and demand it by force? You still think that I will obey you? You still think that I will obey you? The acting patriarch of the Wang family gritted his teeth and said, You want. Also. Don't. Want. Shi Stallone was stunned at first, then he heard Uncle Wang-san shout, Shoot! The archers were stunned for a moment, but they still didn't harden their hearts. However, Uncle Wang-san seemed to have been provoked. The anger in his heart was incomparable. Seeing that no one responded, he grabbed the sword of the guard next to him and rushed toward Shi Stallone. If you don't want to do it, I will do it myself. When the Shi family saw Uncle Wang suddenly turn hostile and rush forward like a mad tiger brandishing his sword, they were stunned for a moment. The closest Shi family knight was caught off guard and was cut from his shoulder to his back. Half of his body was cut off. When Uncle Wang saw the blood, he went crazy and rushed to the second person. At the same time, he looked up to the sky and roared. Shi Wangong was shocked and angry. How dare you hurt the Shi family's people? Uncle Wang-san waved his sword crazily. I think you are used to being a tyrant. Didn't you want to take over Jinling and annex us? Then why are you still talking to me about this? I will return the same words to you. My life is here. If you are a man, then take my head in the Wang family's house. He waved his sword and rushed into the crowd. At the same time, he roared into the sky. His voice shook the mansion and the Wang family began to stir. Shi Wangong cursed in his heart. They really didn't dare to kill Uncle Wang-san here. But who would have thought that this old guy would suddenly go crazy? He was obviously a pedantic and indecisive old man. How could he suddenly go crazy when he mentioned that thing? It was as if he had become a different person. Uncle Wang-san's roar was like thunder. His voice swept across the whole Wang family. Wang Zixing had already thrown caution to the wind. Perhaps the next moment there would be a master coming. Shi Wangong glared at Shi Stallone. This time you are the one who screwed up. Shi Stallone was also annoyed. Damn it, why is this trip so strange? He shouted in a low voice, Let's go. Wang Ren's body is also fine. Let's take it slow. I am not afraid that this old man will not admit defeat. After that, he waved the coffin and took the lead to rush out of the courtyard. Shi Wangong took the long spear from his companion and waved it. He stabbed it towards Wang Zixing's chest. After forcing Wang Zixing to use his sword to parry, Shi Wangong immediately dragged the spear and left. The rest of the Shi family knights shouted and surrounded the two young masters to break out of the encirclement. The Wang family guards finally reacted. Although they still didn't dare to shoot arrows, but the acting head of the family had already joined the battle. If they didn't put in more effort, they were afraid that they would be killed on the spot by the murderous third old master. So they pulled out their swords and shouted with all their strength. Then, with 20% reduced speed and 40% reduced fighting spirit, they followed the third old master to chase after the Shi family. The two sides chased and fled. On the way, the Wang family guards joined the battle. But the Sher brothers took the lead and Sher Stallone used this illegal heavy weapon. Sher Wengong also supported them with his spear. Their ability to attack was simply unstoppable. They ran all the way to the east, regardless of the road or the gate. They just ran straight east. Soon, the east wall of the Wang family was in sight. Sher Wengong put his finger in his mouth, and let out a loud and long whistle. The whistle turned and changed and spread far and wide. Soon, the sound of horses galloping could be heard in the distance outside the wall. Uncle Wang San was trying his best to chase after them. His heart jumped when he heard this. Oh no! They are calling for reinforcements. Previously, when the Sher brothers came to the Wang family's door, they left half of the knights and all the horses in front of the door. Now, when they heard the young master's whistle, the knights who were feeding and grooming the horses immediately jumped on their horses. With a whistle, the well-trained horses immediately changed their formation and galloped towards the east wall of the Wang family's house. Not far away, Jia Sherdao, who was spying on the Sher family's caravan, had a change of expression. Without saying a word, he moved and followed them from afar. A, B, C, and D, who were watching Jia Sherdao from behind, were waiting for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, before the opportunity came, the duck that they were about to throw into the pot flew away. A gritted his teeth and said, "Let's follow them too." The Sher family had already rushed to the high wall of the Wang family's house. Sher Tailong flew up with the coffin and jumped down the wall. Sher Wengong followed, and then a group of Sher family's knights. Although Wang Zixing knew what they were doing, he had no way to deal with it. In a fit of anger, he threw the long knife in his hand and hit a Sher family's knight. The knight screamed and fell to the ground. But the others had already successfully climbed over the wall. The horses neighed and galloped as fast as thunder. The drumbeat of the horses' hooves quickly went away. The opportunity was fleeting. They could not catch up. Uncle Wang San stood in the same place. His anger subsided a little, and reason took over his brain again. The Sher family took away Wang Ren's body, and they would not let it go. He sighed silently. That thing. But where is that thing? Was it really taken away by Phone Girl? But there was a noise behind him, and waves of tiredness rushed into Wang Zixing's heart. Putting aside the threat of the Sher family, he was about to face the questioning of his brothers and elders. The stupid infighting was endless, and the decline of the Wang family seemed inevitable. Those sacrifices that had been made were losing their meaning and value. He could not let this happen. He made a decision in his heart. He needed allies and help. Ningguo Mansion, Shui family, and even Rongguo Mansion. Just now, Jia Sherdao had followed the Sher family's horse team all the way to the east side of the Wang family's house. Then he saw a man carrying a huge coffin and jumping down the wall. It was the Black Bear's spirit, Sher Tailong. Then it was Sher Wengong and the others. They had just rushed down the wall when the horse team rushed over. Sher Tailong whistled, and two more knights immediately jumped down from their horses and fled in all directions. He reached out and pushed, and the coffin on his shoulder flew up and landed on the backs of 4 horses. The horses carried the weight together. The other knights also jumped on their horses. After the corpse-searching officers got the coffin, they roared and rushed away. Jia Sherdao watched all this with his mouth agape. Someone had just died in the Wang family today, and the rumors were spreading all over the city. The Sher brothers had brought people to the house, jumped over the wall, and ran away with a coffin. It was obvious who was in the coffin. Wait, how did they manage to make it out alive? What about his brother? His brother had entered the Wang family to find out the cause of Wang Ren's death. Why would he let Sher Tailong and the others take Wang Ren's body away? Unless he wanted to use a long line to catch a big fish. But if he wanted to catch a big fish, he should have come out and secretly followed these people. Why didn't he show up and meet me? Wait. No way. Jia Sherdao suddenly thought of a more reasonable possibility. There was another possibility that he had let the Sher family carry the coffin away and not show up to follow them. That was Jia Sherdao had an idea, and quickly ran to where Shi Tailong had jumped over the wall. There was an arrow drawn on the ground, and 2 words were carved on the ground. Follow me. Jia Sherdao immediately smoothed the marks with his feet and chased in the direction of the arrow. There were arrows all the way. He had received a lot of training from Sun Lang, so it was easy for him to find the position and drawing of these signals. Jia Sherdao had a strange feeling. He could hide in the coffin, but he could still use an invisible force to make a mark on the ground. Should he say that he was indeed his brother? But why was he hiding in there? He had a strange feeling, and the people who had him as their target were even more confused. First, are we still going to chase? Second, asked the leader of the group. First thought for a moment and shook his head. No. It's easy to expose ourselves if we follow them for a long time. Let's stay. Second was shocked. But Master said we have to catch that guy. You idiot. First said coldly. Just catch one. Don't forget that the guy's partner has just entered the Wang family's house and hasn't come out yet. If his partner acts rashly and he doesn't see anyone when he comes out, he'll definitely be caught off guard. Then we'll wait here and pretend to show him the way. Then we'll catch him off guard and hand him over to Master. Isn't that perfect? Hearing this, everyone praised it. Obviously, it was a good idea. So they stayed here and prepared to wait for the guy's partner to come out. Too smart. At this moment, the Shi brothers were pushing the blame to each other. Shi Wengong said coldly, "You're too impatient. Wang Zixing has already shown his fear. That coward always has so many scruples. Maybe he'll be scared after thinking about it. Why did you ask him for that thing directly?" In the end, he went berserk and even lost a few people. Senran Shi Tailong looked at him. Whose fault is it that I asked for that thing in a hurry? If you didn't hurt people and waste so much time opening the coffin, this wouldn't have happened. Shi Wengong growled. I don't King know what's going on. I didn't use any strength at all, but that Wang family guard vomited blood and fell to the ground. I used all my strength, but the coffin lid couldn't be opened. King found it strange too. How could such a strange thing happen? Shi Tailong was a simple, violent, and idealistic person. He believed that his fist was better than anything else. He sneered. Strange thing? I know you've always been unconvinced by me, but if you're not convinced, just say it. Don't play tricks and ruin the family's affairs. People who play tricks don't live long. You remember this? Shi Wengong didn't care about the fact that he was galloping on his horse. He turned his head and shouted, I didn't. Shi Tailong said coldly, Then why is your strength suddenly strong and weak? When you were big, you could make people vomit blood with just a touch, but when you were small, you couldn't even open the coffin lid. What's going on? Shi Wengong said frantically, I don't know. I'm definitely not playing tricks. Shi Tailong sneered. You don't know? Could it be that the ghost is causing trouble? Could it be that the ghost is holding your hands and feet, making you unable to control your strength? Could it be that the ghost is restraining the coffin lid, making you unable to open it? If that's the case, then why can I open the coffin so easily? Why didn't I encounter any abnormalities? How is it that you're the one who's caught up with all these strange things? Why didn't the ghost come to me? Shi Wengong glared at his brother, and Shi Tailong also looked at him without backing down. The Shi family had a strong tradition, and the side effect of having many talented people was that there was a lot of competition. Even if they were brothers, it was the same. When two talented and self-respecting young people stood together, there would be a clear distinction between who was superior and who was inferior. It was inevitable that they would secretly compete with each other. Shi Wengong was naturally not convinced that Shi Stallone had the title and benefits of being the eldest brother. He believed that other than his age, he was not inferior to his brother in other aspects. But today's action had intensified the conflict, especially when Shi Tailong had just punched Shi Wengong. This was absolutely unacceptable for someone with a strong self-esteem like him. Why did he hit me? Why did he dare to hit me? He must be using his power to avenge a private grudge. He must be very happy. But Shi Wengong's questioning was so reasonable that it angered him the most. This matter was too abnormal. If he hadn't experienced it himself, even Shi Wengong himself wouldn't have believed it. He couldn't defend himself, and he knew that he had done something wrong this time. When he thought that Shi Tailong would report this matter to the family, he was very angry. When people were angry, it was easy to go to extremes. It was easy to speak without thinking. It was easy to ignore everything. He shouted angrily, "Maybe there really is a ghost. Maybe it's Wang Ren's ghost who did that kind of thing. Other than that, there can't be any other explanation." Shi Tailong glanced at his younger brother. He was not a rational and calm person. What Shi Wengong had done today had touched his bottom line. Those abnormal actions were obviously hindering him and hindering the completion of the operation. He had to teach his younger brother a lesson. "Ghost," he said coldly, "there are no ghosts in this world. You're pestering endlessly and stubbornly refusing to admit it. Then I'll make you convinced. Ghost, right? Then let's find a place to open this coffin again. Let's examine Wang Ren's body carefully. Then we'll see if Wang Ren's ghost appeared and turned you into a soft-footed shrimp that can't even open the coffin. Didn't you say there was a ghost? Then come with me. Come on." Chapter 742. Although they said that they wanted to find a quiet place to open the coffin and check it again, it wasn't just because they were angry. Because they had messed up their plan. After the news of Wang Ren's accident spread out, the Shi brothers were ordered to go to the Wang family's house to find out the truth. Although the Wang family's decline was an indisputable fact, it did not mean that the Shi brothers could casually step on the Wang family's face. After all, they were just the rising stars of the Shi family, not the leaders of the Shi family, so they had no right to decide the friends and enemies of the Shi family. So this plan was a failure. When they came to the Wang family's house, their original plan was to use their power to pressure Wang Zixing. It would be best if they could force Wang Zixing to obey them. After all, an armed conflict meant that the situation would be expanded infinitely. Once there was blood, no one could predict the development of the situation. This was not a child's play. However, due to all kinds of coincidences and strange accidents that happened along the way, the situation came to this point. The two of them fought fiercely with Wang Zixing and stole Wang Ren's coffin. Although it was very exciting and domineering, it also meant that the Shi family and the Wang family were on bad terms with each other. In this case, how could they dare to directly take Wang Ren's coffin back? Could it be that after going back, when he saw his father, he would chuckle and say something like, "Father, we smashed the Wang family's house, stole the coffin, and ran away so energetically that Wang Zixing, that old bastard, was so angry that he almost vomited blood?" Obviously, if they really did that, even though the two brothers were in the limelight and were highly regarded by the Shi family, they would still be whipped and incur the wrath of their father. So at this point, they could only put all their eggs in one basket. They couldn't just take Wang Ren's coffin back like this. They needed to open the coffin first and carefully check the body. They must find some valuable information and then bring these two things back to their father. Yes, not only did they need to bring back Wang Ren's body, but they also needed to bring back the information that their father wanted to know. The latter was the most important thing. Only in this way could they make up for their mistake. On this point, Shi Wengong and Shi Stallone had reached a consensus. Although there was a lot of hostility between them, at least in this matter, they were tied to the same boat. After cursing at each other for a while, the two of them tacitly changed directions. They couldn't go home directly now. They had to carefully examine the body and the coffin, and then come up with a perfect excuse. The caravan was galloping on the street, and there were 4 horses carrying a coffin. This was a very eye-catching matter. Stallone called a knight and whispered a few words into his ear. The knight understood and accepted the order. He urged the horse's belly and sped up, rushing forward. Not long after, the knight rushed out of the next intersection with a large carriage. Stallone whistled and pulled up the coffin with Shirwangong, placed it on the carriage, and covered it with straw. The carriage then headed towards the south of Jinling City. After passing through the streets, twisting and turning, they traveled for about 10 miles before stopping in front of a house. Stallone pushed aside the straw and ordered the servants of the house to retreat. He said to Shirwangong indifferently, "I bought a house here." Shirwangong nodded noncommittally. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, and he had one too. Shir family's eagle looked around and said, "Guard this place well. Don't ask any intruders, just kill them." The knights around him nodded loudly. The 2 brothers looked at each other and snorted coldly. They crossed the gate together, passed through the front yard, and came to the main hall. Stallone carefully placed the coffin on the ground. There were only a few servants in the house who were doing the daily cleaning. They had already received the order to stay far away from this place. The knights of Shir family were guarding the place. In the main hall, next to the coffin, there were only 2 of them. Shirwangong squinted his eyes and looked at Wang Ren's coffin. To be honest, his heart was beating like a drum. Because what happened before was indeed difficult to explain with common sense. However, if he used the ghost theory to explain it, it would be very satisfactory. Seeing this, Stallone sneered, "Do you really think that there are ghosts behind this?" Shirwangong pondered and said, "There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. There are great grandmasters who can move mountains and seas, and there are also mysterious and unpredictable Western continent dissimulated people who are different from martial artists, and there are also extraterritorial demons who plague the world and bring chaos to the world. Why are there no ghosts?" Stallone said coldly, "There are she-people, extraterritorial demons, and even demons and monsters. That's because many people have really seen them. How many people in this world have seen ghosts and ghosts?" Shir family's eagle shook his head and said, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that there aren't any. No means no." Stallone looked at the coffin in front of him and said disdainfully, "If a useless person like Wang Ren could turn into a ghost after death, then the world would have been in chaos." He said coldly, "Let's not talk about other things. That guy from the Rongwa mansion was once a hero, and he died so unjustly. That kind of peerless figure died so unjustly. If a person could turn into a malicious spirit after death, then he would definitely become a ghost hero who shook the world. But now? For 2 years, the empire is peaceful, and the Rongwa mansion is declining day by day. If he turned into a ghost, how can he watch his family being bullied?" Shirwangong's eyes changed. Stallone coldly made a conclusion. "In this world, there are no ghosts at all." He put his hand on the edge of the coffin and looked at his brother. His tone was calm and firm. "There are only people who pretend to be ghosts." Then he lifted it hard. He lifted it. He lifted it. He lifted it. He lifted it. It didn't move. Time seemed to be frozen. On both sides of the coffin, the 2 brothers looked at each other. Shirwangong took 2 steps back as if nothing had happened. He raised his hand and encouraged. Again. Stallone didn't care about the sarcasm in his brother's tone. His face slowly became dignified. Shirwangong saw that his brother opposite him was silently raising his arm and spreading his 5 fingers. Then, he retracted his 5 fingers one by one and clenched his fist. Strength flowed in his arm, and his muscles bulged. Then, his momentum was like a galloping horse, and his voice was like thunder. Stallone didn't say a word. In an instant, he blasted out a violent, heavy punch. The wind whistled as he suddenly attacked the coffin in front of him. He was a decisive person. After discovering that something was wrong, he didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. This heavy punch broke through the shackles of the air, and with a fierce airflow, The fierce fist aura could even smash a boulder into pieces. Even if this coffin was said to be incomparably solid and difficult to be damaged by swords, it still had a limit. Sure, Stallone was confident that this punch was enough to break the coffin. Then, no matter what the hell was in the coffin, he would use his speed and power to break through the sky and shatter it into pieces. Bang! He hit the coffin. The fierce and violent heavy punch landed on the side of the coffin. Then, nothing happened. The coffin didn't break, the coffin didn't shake, and even the side of the coffin received this powerful blow. The coffin didn't even move an inch to the side. It was as if all the power of the attack was swallowed up by an invisible black hole. Nothing happened. Sure, Stallone's hair stood on end. He and Sher Wingong looked at each other and retreated at the same time. Run. A martial artist must have the ability to judge the situation. The scene in front of them was too strange. Whether there really was a demon or a ghost, or someone pretending to be a ghost, this kind of phenomenon was beyond their scope of ability. But they couldn't run. Out of nowhere, a fierce wind blew, and in an instant, the door was blown closed, and the windows were also closed. The light in the main hall suddenly dimmed, and the gloomy air spread in all directions. In front of the Sher brothers' horrified eyes, the coffin on the floor of the main hall stood up on its own, and the coffin lid that they couldn't lift no matter what slowly slid open. Just like Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Sher Wingong felt his voice tremble. Who is it? Sure, Stallone was even more shocked. He was a simple idealist, and only believed in his own fists. He said in a deep voice, I don't know Senior's name? This Junior is Sher Stallone, please forgive me. The thing in the coffin didn't answer any of the questions. A voice that made the two men's scalps go numb rang out. It was a drawling voice. I died so miserably, ah. The voice was too terrifying, and it contained a strange power. The voice persevered through the two's eardrums and drilled into their brains. The voice seemed to rise from the bottom of their hearts, evoking the most primitive fear of humans. That was the fear of the unknown. Sure, Stallone's scalp tingled, but the courage of a martial artist still supported his body. This Sher family's flying bear was worthy of being called the most outstanding young man in Jinling. Even in this situation, he didn't lose his will to fight. He roared and threw a punch at the coffin. Noisy. Unfortunately, he was facing the first of the top 10 young men in Jinling. Moreover, he was the kind of person who had won many national and even international competitions. Facing Sher Stallone's fist, a gust of cold wind gushed out. It was bone-chilling, as if there was an incomparably cold world inside the coffin. It made the two feel as if they were in winter. In the dim light, a black shadow seemed to rush out. The shadow was very strange. It floated in the air and swallowed the light, causing the surroundings to become darker and colder. The figure was like a ghost, and it let out an incomparably twisted and evil scream. Sher Stallone and Sher Wingong were shocked. They threw punches and kicks at the enemy beside them. But the shadow seemed to be too fast, or it could be said that it didn't have a physical body. It wandered in all directions. The screams were sometimes in their ears, sometimes in front of them. Their punches and kicks all fell into the air. Their powerful internal force also seemed to hit a shadow. There was no feeling of hitting anything, but their hands and feet became cold and numb, and their internal force kept flowing out. An enemy that they couldn't hit, they couldn't even see the appearance of the enemy, and they didn't even know what the enemy was. Even a warrior with a heart as strong as iron would panic when faced with such a situation. Just like in modern society with advanced technology, horror movies with ghost themes were still popular because they evoked the most instinctive fear and helplessness of human beings. Science couldn't explain the principles of ghosts, modern weapons couldn't kill ghosts, and the power that humans were most proud of lost its use and couldn't protect themselves. That was why they felt fear. The situation that Sher Stallone and the others were facing was the same. They found that the martial arts that they had diligently trained since they were young and relied on to run rampant in the world was useless. Because the enemy seemed to be a ghost. Martial arts seemed to be unable to hurt this evil and crazy spirit. Shi Wengong already had similar guesses and thoughts in his heart before. Now, this horrible situation tore a big hole in his heart. He roared, "Who are you? What are you?" The voice was sharp and sinister. "Who am I? Who am I? I don't know. Who am I? Answer me, who am I? Who am I?" The ghost's resentful voice was filled with extreme hatred and murderous intent. This hatred was so real that it seemed to set off a monstrous wave of blood, making Shi Wengong face this crazy mental attack head-on. He fell to the ground and took a few steps back, but the cold feeling followed him like a shadow. He became more and more frightened. When he looked up, he was shocked to find that the coffin was empty. Wang Ren's body was still in there. In that instant, he felt the chill in his body increase by a dozen times. Shi family's eagle shouted in shock, "Wang Ren, you are really Wang Ren." Shi Stallone heard his brother's scream and turned his head to look. He also saw the empty coffin, and his heart was in turmoil. Where was Wang Ren's body? Wang Ren! Wang Ren! Wang Ren! The voice was distorted and almost crazy. "Am I called Wang Ren? Is that my name? Then how did I die? How did I die?" His sharp questioning voice tore at their eardrums, causing them to feel a buzzing pain in their ears. Before Stallone could say anything, he suddenly felt a chilly wind blowing on his body, and a cold murderous aura hit him in the face. "What?" The flying bear let out a short cry of surprise. Then, his huge body fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to react before he was defeated. He had never lost so inexplicably in his life. He didn't see the enemy, didn't touch the enemy, didn't fight with the enemy, and then he lost. He didn't even realize what had happened, and he was lying on the ground. With this defeat, his heart was half cold. As the rising star of the Shi family, as the Shi family's hero who had been looked forward to since he was a child, he was confident and conceited. He believed that with his martial arts, he would be one of the best even among his peers in the empire. Even if he were to face a great grandmaster who had been famous for a long time, he would not be defeated in one move. Let alone such an inexplicable defeat. Only a ghost could do this. After experiencing such a defeat, his confidence and paranoia made him dig a dead end. His heart was filled with fear and confusion. What was going on? There really was a ghost? Shi Wengong was also lying on the ground without any resistance. The two brothers were lying on the ground with their butts facing up, unable to move. For men, this position was very unsettling, because every man knew that they should never show their back to the enemy. Because you never know what would stab you from behind and where it would stab you. Not to mention that there was a very powerful ghost behind them. The two brothers' defenses began to collapse as they lay on the ground, unable to move. Their hearts instinctively began to panic. Even if they were the Shi family's most talented young men, they were still young men. Young men were always young men with poor manners. They didn't know much about postures, and they couldn't talk normally with people they didn't see. The Shi brothers felt a cold wind blowing behind them, and their backs were cold. They felt that there was a terrifying beast pressing them to the ground, and it could bite them at any time. The feeling of their lives being in the hands of others was very bad, and it made them nervous and afraid. They were indeed afraid because things had reached this point, and they still didn't know what had happened, and who had restrained them. The ghost of Wang Ren screamed behind them, "Speak! Who killed me? Who killed me?" Accompanied by his question, a dense chill pierced the skin on the back of their necks like steel needles. Shi Wengong shivered a few times in succession and shouted, "It was Wang Shifeng, it was Wang Shifeng who killed you." Hearing this, the ghost screamed, "Wang Shifeng! Who is Wang Shifeng? Where is she?" Shi Wengong was startled. Could it be that Wang Ren's ghost couldn't remember? Yes, he couldn't even remember his own name. Could it be that after becoming a ghost, one would forget a lot of things? Then he had an idea. He couldn't remember. Did this mean that he could coax and make use of this ghost? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a splitting headache. A gush of serene cold air rushed into his body, as sharp as a knife, stirring his body and even his soul. Are you trying to trick me? Are you trying to trick me? Shirwangong screamed in pain. No, no. Then why don't you answer me immediately? Answer my question immediately. If you don't answer, I'll kill you, eat you, and kill your whole family. The ghost threatened. Who is Wang Shifeng? Shirwangong learned his lesson this time. He didn't want to make use of the ghost, he had to deal with this first. He immediately shouted, Wang Shifeng is your sister. As soon as he said this, more intense pain and torture came. The ghost roared, You lied to me. How could my sister kill her brother? Did I write a diary? Diary? What was that? Just as this question arose in Shirwangong's mind, his thoughts were interrupted by the pain. He screamed, I didn't lie to you. It was Wang Shifeng who killed him. Nonsense. Nonsense. The ghost seemed to be unable to accept the truth that he was killed by his sister. He became more and more agitated. Evidence? Where's the evidence? Did you see it? Who told you that? Shirwangong quickly defended himself. That's what everyone on the streets and alleys are saying. It's all over Jinling. You can ask anyone on the street and you'll know. F*ck. Didn't they know the inside story of Wang Renji's death? Was it also just hearsay? No, they weren't the boss of the Shi family, they were just capable fighters of the younger generation. The ghost thought for a moment and roared again, F*cku. How can I ask anyone on the street in this state? You're F*king making things difficult for me. That's none of my business. What can I do? Shirwangong's body was in excruciating pain, and he groaned inwardly. His life was now in the hands of the enemy, and this ghost had restrained him and tortured him greatly. This process was constantly destroying his psychological defenses, so he became even more cooperative. Then what can I do? The ghost roared, Show me the evidence, or tell me where Wang Shifeng is. Shirwangong had an idea. If I tell him that Wang Shifeng is hiding in the Rongwa mansion, then this extremely powerful ghost will run to the Jia mansion and cause a ruckus. Maybe his murderous nature will be aroused and the whole mansion will be wiped out. Without that old woman's interference, the family's invasion of the Jia mansion will be much smoother, but what's in it for me? If he can't find Wang Shifeng, he'll go crazy again. Maybe he'll think that I'm lying to him and cause a ruckus. What if he accidentally kills me? So I can't lie to him now, I can't lie to him. A wise man submits to circumstances. With a strong enemy behind him, he had no choice but to be a coward. Shirwangong's mind turned quickly and he said decisively, I'm willing to serve you. I'll help you find Wang Shifeng's whereabouts. I can only take one step at a time. He thought to himself. In short, the most important thing now was to pacify this irritable ghost. However, the situation was not so. Although the ghost was muddle-headed, it was limited to its own memory. It seemed to be quite smart about other things. Wait, the ghost shouted. Tell me first, why did you take me away? Shirwangong hesitated for a moment. Then, he decisively turned his head to look at Stallone, who had been silent the whole time. The eagle of the Shi family was also very decisive. He's my brother. He brought me here. Ask him. Stallone's eyes widened and he was furious. He used his eyes to express his shock and anger. You F*king betrayed me? Shirwangong looked back at him without hesitation. Things have come to this point. How can I let you stay out of this alone? Help me take it. Before Stallone could say anything, the sharp coldness of the Sunran pressed down on his back. Speak. Fei Xiong's filial piety only lasted for a second. My father asked us to do it. The ghost asked, "Why did your father do this?" Stallone seemed to be a hoodlum. "I really don't know. My father usually means what he says in the family. When he sends us to do things, he doesn't need to tell us the purpose or reason." The ghost understood and said, "I know. In other words, the two of you are useless." Shirwangong was shocked when he heard this. He shouted, "He's useless. I'm still useful. I can help you find Wang Shifeng's whereabouts." The ghost did not care. "I'll ask your father to do it. It's the same." Shirwangong glared at his brother. Damn it, he tricked his father and his brother. He hurriedly tried to mend the situation, but he could not think of any bargaining chip that could move the ghost. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed through his mind. He seemed to have remembered something. So he shouted, "Wait! Wait! I just remembered something." "What?" "My father. The reason why my father sent us to the Wang family. Yes. Since he had forgotten most of the things that happened in his life, he might have forgotten that thing too." Shirwangong shouted, "That thing? My father wants us to find the whereabouts of that thing." Sun Lang thought, "Finally, I'm here." Chapter 743. That thing. Without a doubt, this was a key word. Wang Ren's study room was rummaged through. Wang Ren's corpse was solemnly and cautiously isolated. Previously, when the Shi brothers confronted Wang Zhenxing, they also emphasized that thing. Even the indecisive and cowardly Uncle Wang San was enraged by Stallone's domineering pursuit. He launched a frenzied attack in a manner that was close to destroying jade and common stone. Obviously, that thing was obviously a very important thing, even related to the cause of Wang Ren's death, related to Wang Shifeng's whereabouts. In other words, it was a very important main mission item. This was something that both the Wang family and the Shi family wanted. Since it was such an important thing, Sun Lang was naturally very interested. But to obtain information, one had to follow the basic rules. Since that thing was so important, the Shi brothers must be very sensitive to this topic. Even if Sun Lang succeeded in pretending to be a ghost, he could not rashly ask about it. Otherwise, if he directly asked, "What is that thing you were talking about?" even if the Shi brothers were scared and frightened, they would instinctively have doubts in their hearts. They were not stupid. After all, Sun Lang was playing the role of the ghost after Wang Ren's death. Since that thing was on Wang Ren's body, why would he ask this question? Although it could be explained by the loss of memory after death, the rash question would still give rise to a trace of doubt in the hearts of the two brothers. They were all accomplished young talents and would not easily believe in ghosts and God. It was only because Sun Lang's martial arts were too high, so high that it was unimaginable to them. In addition to the previous foreshadowing and hypnosis, it was not surprising that they thought Sun Lang's trick was the work of a malicious ghost. Coupled with a certain someone's self-cultivation and great sense of humor, he was able to fool the two brothers. However, a fake was still a fake. Right now, it was Stallone and Shirwangong who had dug themselves into a dead end. Once they had doubts, they would slowly piece together the truth. If Sun Lang wanted to continue lying, he could not do too many things that were out of line and strange. That's right, he wanted to continue to deceive them. Sun Lang looked at the Shi brothers who were lying on the ground, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In the end, the two brats of the Shi family were still brats. Although killing them was as easy as blowing off dust, there was not much benefit to it. Instead, it would alert the enemy. They weren't the decision-makers of the Shi family, so they didn't know much. Instead of killing them with one punch, it was better to develop them into a traitor and make good use of them. Since ancient times, there were only 3 ways to develop a traitor. The first was to threaten, the second was to entice, and the third was to use the One Ring. In the current situation, threatening was the best way. Therefore, he had to continue the act and play the role of the ghost well. He had to try his best not to let the Sher brothers find out that the extremely powerful and cruel ghost was actually an extraordinary martial arts master. Because no matter how strong a martial arts master was, he was still a human, but a ghost could evoke the most primitive fear in his heart. As long as they were afraid, everything would be easy. With that thought in mind, Sun Lang started to act like a ghost again. He stood behind the two of them and started his performance in the blind spot of the Sher brothers. He started to scream, "That thing! What is that thing? Why can't I remember? What is that thing?" Hearing this, Sher Wengong's heart suddenly jumped. He really couldn't remember. Thinking of this, the eagle of the Sher family had another idea. If he couldn't remember, did it mean that he could use him too? As soon as this idea came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if a fierce tiger was tearing his back with its sharp claws and teeth. The cold pain penetrated his skin and flesh and seeped into his body. The ghost's voice exploded in his ears. "Don't lie to me! Don't lie to me! Tell me the truth now! This guy's intuition is very good." Sher Wengong only felt a sharp pain in his back, but he was powerless to struggle. This feeling of helplessness when one's life was in the hands of others would gradually erode one's courage and backbone. He didn't dare to play any tricks and immediately said, "I'm not sure. It's true. Father only told me that it should be a book, an account book, but I don't know what it is. It's in your hands." Sun Lang was adding scenes for himself. He stepped on the Big Dipper and held the sun and moon in his hand. His expression was vivid, his body language was rich, and his lines were full of emotions. He was just like Night God Moon, who accidentally lost the Death Note. "In my hands? No. No. That thing, where is it? Who took my thing? Who?" This chaotic tone contained a great amount of madness, like a string that was getting tighter and tighter, and no one knew when it would break. Although the Sher brothers were lying on the ground and couldn't turn their heads, they could imagine a hateful ghost baring its fangs and brandishing its claws behind them. And the sharp claws might scratch them in the next moment, and they could only lie there helplessly. There was nothing more terrible than this. In the face of danger, Sher Wengong decided to be a hoodlum to the end. He shouted at the top of his voice, "We didn't find it, and you don't know either." Then, either the Wang family took it away, or Wang Shifeng took it away. There's no third possibility. The Wang family. Wang Shifeng. The ghost howled madly. "They are digging their own graves. I want them to drown in their own blood." Why did the ghost's words suddenly change? Just as this thought appeared in Sher Wengong's mind, he realized that the opportunity had come. He hurriedly said, "The Wang family can't run away. Wang Shifeng can't be found in such a short time. We can help you." The ghost's words were confused and confused. "Help me?" "Yes, help you. We have more people. We can help you find Wang Shifeng, avenge you, and get the thing back." Sher Wengong shouted, "You are very powerful, but after all, you are only one person. We have more people. We can work together to help you. You have the ability, we have the means, let's do it together." "Yes, that's it." This ghost looked confused. Although it was fierce, it didn't have much of a brain. "We can pretend to cooperate with it, and then lure and use it to become the Sher family's. No, to become my fighter and helper, to help me get rid of all the enemies and obstacles," just as he expected. The ghost thought for a while and then agreed, "Work together. Work together. Let's do it together. I have the ability, you have the means. We can work together. You can help me." My plan worked. Sher Wengong was overjoyed. With the help of this stupid ghost, I can succeed. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the ghost continued to shout, "Wait! There is no written agreement. You said you would help me, but then you turn around and deny it. What should I do? Damn it, why is this ghost so cunning?" Without thinking, Sher Wengong flattered it. "No, no, you are so powerful, if I don't keep my promise, you will definitely kill me. I will definitely not deny it." Unexpectedly, The ghost's ability to infer many things from one case was very powerful. It immediately saw the risk of not fulfilling its promise from the example that had already happened. No. You will hide. Just like Wang Shifeng. If you hide, I won't be able to find you. This won't do, I have to leave a mark for you. Hearing this, Shi Wengong's heart trembled, and a bad premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, his ears were filled with endless ghost cries, and a gloomy and cold aura pierced from his back to his heart. Shi Wengong suddenly felt his heartbeat slow down by half a beat, as if the circulation of his blood and qi had also become sluggish. Beside him, there was a roar of anger from Stallone. Obviously, his elder brother had encountered the same thing. Before Shi Wengong could say anything, he heard the ghost shout, "This will do." Just as the voice fell, Shi Wengong could not help but shiver. Serene coldness rose from the bottom of his heart, and flowed through his blood to all parts of his body. Then, he felt an intense itch, as if there were countless insects crawling and gnawing on his body. It was a terrible torture that went deep into his bones. It was something more terrible than pure pain and coldness. Shi Wengong could not help but cry out in pain, and Stallone was also groaning. They were using their extraordinary skills and tenacity to resist the sudden torment, but obviously, the effect was minimal, because human beings had their limits. Not long after, the groans were replaced by screams. They wanted to scratch their bodies, but they were restrained by an invisible force and could not move at all. This undoubtedly intensified the pain and torture, and almost drove them crazy. The veins on their necks were bulging, and their mouths were screaming in pain. They wanted to scratch, to struggle, to resist, but they could not move at all. They even wanted to end their own lives in pain, but they could not do it either. After an unknown period of time, the torture finally stopped. Even the invisible force that restrained their bodies dissipated. The Shi brothers closed their eyes, fell to the ground, and breathed slowly. The pain disappeared, and for the first time, they found that life was so beautiful. They let the comfortable and gentle feelings spread throughout their bodies, and felt that every breath was enjoyable. They did not want to move, struggle, or resist. As for suicide, that was even more impossible. How strong was the thought of suicide before, and how strong was the desire to live now? Suicide? Why would they want to commit suicide? Why would they want to end their own lives? Young and promising, glory, splendor, wealth, power, and all the flavors of life were all waiting for him to taste them one by one. How could he give up his life? Absolutely not, they had to live. The voice of the ghost seemed to come from the horizon. This way, I am not afraid of you being lazy. I can easily find you. So, remember what you said and work for me. Help me find Wang Shifeng. Help me find that thing. Otherwise, the pain just now will be an example, and you will be in pain forever. I will come to you soon. Remember what you have to do. These words were imprinted in the minds of the two men who could not move. Along with the unbearable pain just now, the Shi brothers remembered it deeply. Then, a cold wind surged, and the gloomy energy turned into a fierce wind, blew open the window, and went away. Following the departure of the gloomy wind, the coffin lid slowly closed, and the tightly shut doors and windows were reopened. Sunlight shone into the room, and the chill from before had disappeared without a trace. The frightening ghost and the ear-piercing screams had all disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. It was like a dream. But it was not a dream, because their bodies were soaked in cold sweat, and they were lying on the ground. The great pain they had suffered before was still in their memory, and it made them feel lingering fear. Shi Stallone and Shi Wengong looked at each other. They did not know why, but they had the urge to cry. Shi Stallone said slowly, "We are in big trouble because of you." Shi Wengong forced a smile. "Is there a better choice?" They saw the confusion and fear in each other's eyes. No one said anything. After a long time, Shi Stallone said with difficulty, Who is it?" Shi Gong replied slowly, "It is not a human. A human is not so strong." Shi family's flying bear's voice was full of disbelief. "Ghost! How is this possible?" Shi Gong slowly got up, moved his almost frozen body, and said in a low voice, "It did happen, and what we need to discuss is another matter." Shi Stallone also got up, and he looked at his brother. Shi Gong said slowly, "What happened today, should we tell father?" Shi Stallone looked at the coffin in the main hall, and he could not help but shiver. He shook his head, and said firmly, "Never." Shi Gong also had the same opinion, but at this moment, the Shi family's eagle was at a loss and helpless. Then, what should we do now? They broke into the Wang family's house and stole Wang Ren's coffin. They wanted to bring it back to their father, but halfway through, they opened the coffin privately, wanting to find some useful clues to make up for their mistakes in the Wang family. But they encountered an unbelievable and terrifying thing. Wang Ren's ghost had turned into a ghost. But who would believe him if he said it out loud? They had offended the Wang family, angered their father, and Wang Ren's body was missing. What should they do? Shi Stallone stood in silence. After a while, he walked to the closed coffin and pressed his hand on the coffin lid. He exerted a little force, but it still did not move. He turned to look at his brother, and said in a low voice, "Wang Ren's ghost has already told us what to do. At this point, we can only continue to lie." At the same time, Jia Sherdao followed the marks left by Sun Lang all the way here. He was peeping at a street corner, and suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. A strong force rushed from the back of his head, and he almost fell, but the familiar feeling made Jia Sherdao smile. He turned around and smiled. "Brother, you're here." He did not ask anything like, "Brother, are you okay?" or "Is everything going well?" There was no need for such a greeting. He trusted his elder brother from the very beginning. Sun Lang just nodded calmly and asked, "Did you see anyone suspicious before?" Jia Sherdao shook his head. "Other than the Shi brothers, I didn't see anyone suspicious, but—" He relayed the contents of the conversation between the two old men to Sun Lang. "Elder brother, this is very strange. The Wang family should have kept a tight lid on the news, but not long after Wang Ren died, the news of Sister Feng killing elder brother spread all over the city. Clearly, someone had planned this beforehand and was controlling everything behind the scenes." Sun Lang was startled. "That's interesting." Jia Sherdao sighed. "Yes." He then asked, "Brother, did you find anything?" The two turned around and left the area, talking as they walked. Sun Lang briefly explained what had happened. Hearing about his brother's great achievements, Jia Sherdao did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother, you're still so playful. Poor Shi brothers." Sun Lang said lightly, "Not at all. They were disrespectful to the old lady, and shamelessly said that they wanted to take over Rongwa Mansion. Once this is over, I'll kill their whole family. Now I'll collect some interest." Jia Sherdao hesitated and said softly, "That's the old lady's family after all." F***ck, Sun Lang curled his lips. "Let's not talk about this for now. I'm interested in the Wang family. Wang Ren's that thing is very interesting. It seems to be an extremely important thing. Why would it be in the hands of the prodigal Wang Ren? And Wang Ren is not as useless as the rumors say. He's very good at martial arts." Jia Sherdao scratched his head. "I'm afraid only Uncle Wang San can answer this question." "You're right," said Sun Lang. "Let's go back and find him now." Chapter 744. Last night, Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao rushed from Qinzhou to Summer State and arrived at Jinling City in the morning. They first went to the Ningguo mansion to find Jia Su, then went to the Wang family to do the autopsy, and then they bumped into the Shi brothers. After a series of chaos and accidents, it was already afternoon. Under the scorching sun, they turned back to the Wang family because they got some useful clues and information from the Shi brothers. This information needed to be verified. Jia Sherdao calculated the harvest of this trip and looked at the sky. Brother, are we going back today? Sun Lang nodded and said, Yes, this is what Wang Wuan and I agreed on. The Qinzhou thing is not settled yet. Now we are going to fight on two fronts, and we have to deal with the counterattack from the Emperor. Jia Sherdao was a bit uneasy when he heard this. He said softly, Thank you, brother. Originally, Sun Lang had won a great victory in the Baiclan fort. Not only had he obtained the golden luminous sacred sword, he had also taken the initiative. He could have used Bai Yue's death to stir up a storm in the imperial court and shake the hearts of the people. He could have sat calmly on the fishing platform and played chess with the emperor leisurely. But now, he was in the summer province, running around for the Rongua mansion. He didn't need to do this, because he actually had nothing to do with the Rongua mansion. He said that the emperor would not wait for death and would definitely use the Rongua mansion as a breakthrough point. But the reason why the Rongua mansion became a breakthrough point was because he cared. It was the Rongua mansion that dragged his brother's revenge. Sun Lang said, If I don't want to do it, no one can force me to do anything. Jia Sherdao sighed softly. Sun Lang said indifferently, Don't think of me as some benevolent, friendly, and selfless warrior. I acted to save the Jia family because I had some considerations and not because of righteous indignation. Just as your father said, the aristocratic families of Jiangnan are a power that cannot be underestimated. They thirst for a powerful leader. It just so happens that I also need help. Controlling Jinling is only the first step. I have to first kick away the unstable elements entrenched here. Jia Sherdao nodded. Sun Lang pondered for a moment. There's still some time. After visiting the Wang family, we still have to meet your father. Wang Ren's situation is very interesting. Not only is he not the trash that everyone thinks him to be, he also has a very important item. This item is very important to the Wang family, and the Shi family also wants it. The Shi brothers said that it is something like an account book. Could it be that it records some shady transactions? Jia Sherdao continued, Uncle Wang Sen must know about this, but he doesn't seem to want to talk about it. Sun Lang said coldly, He will. Jia Sherdao was confused. Brother, are you going to show up and meet him? What if the news gets out? Meet him directly? Sun Lang sneered. There's no need to meet him. If he doesn't want to talk, we can just torture him and kill him. I've just figured out the methods of the Shi family's martial arts. We can use the Shi family's methods to kill him and blame his death on the Shi family. Anyway, the Shi brothers were here today, and we can use this to pressure those two idiots. They will be more obedient in the future. Jia Sherdao was shocked. He stopped walking. Brother, Sun Lang said, What's wrong? Jia Sherdao hesitated for a moment and said softly, Brother, although Uncle Wang San is a little pedantic, he doesn't do too many bad things. After all, he is an elder of the Wang family, and Sister Shui Baochai's mother is also from the Wang family. Sun Lang turned to look at him. For Wang Zixing, that thing is very important and precious, so much so that it can make him instantly fly into a rage, not hesitating to fall out with the Shi family. If we ask him nicely, he won't tell us. And that thing is with Wang Ren, and it's even closely related to his death. If we find that thing, we might be able to uncover the cause of Wang Ren's death and track down Wang Shifeng's whereabouts. If we find Wang Shifeng, we might be able to solve the mystery of Rongua Mansion, break through the fog, and remove the enemy hiding in the dark. If we don't do it, we will still be as confused as we are now, unable to do anything about the complicated and unpredictable situation in Jinling. He looked at his brother and said, I don't know Wang Wangxing, and he's not Shui Baochai's father. If his death can solve the crisis of Rongua Mansion, why not? For Sun Lang, life had weight. There was no difference between innocent and not innocent. In his eyes, there were only relevant and irrelevant lives. People who had nothing to do with him. It didn't matter if they died or not. Jia Sherdao swallowed involuntarily, being stared at by his brother. He felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his heart. He knew that his brother was no longer the brother he used to be. His martial arts and intelligence were better than before, and he had abandoned compassion and kindness, which made him more terrifying and cruel. More importantly, there was only hatred in his brother's heart now. In this case, it was already the limit for him to maintain the kindness and ties to Ronggua Mansion. Why would he care about the life of Uncle Wang, who had nothing to do with him? This was normal. It was something his brother would do. It was reasonable. Since his brother had already made the decision, it was impossible to persuade him. And it seemed that there was no need to persuade him. Jia Sherdao looked at his brother's emotionless eyes, and his heart beat faster. People's kindness and morality often succumb to reality and all kinds of concerns. For example, everyone knew that they should help those in need, but after seeing an old man who had fallen on the ground, they worried that the old man would blackmail them. When they saw a beggar on the side of the road, they wondered if the beggar was rich because he was a beggar. This was human nature, and it was the heartless scum who overdrew the kindness and trust between humans. Jia Sherdao also had concerns in his heart. He didn't have much of a relationship with the Wangs, but his relationship with his brother was a little delicate. Therefore, although he felt that his brother's approach was a little inappropriate, he lost the courage to oppose it loudly. The safety of Ronggua Mansion was one reason, and the other was that he was worried and hesitant. The relationship between him and his elder brother was already delicate enough. It would be unwise for him to offend his elder brother, and even anger him for an unfamiliar Uncle Wang San, because today was different from the past. In the past, in his eyes, his brother was a blood relative, a cousin, an elder brother who had the same surname as him. Therefore, he could ask and argue when he encountered problems. His brother might laugh at him, beat him, or scold him, but he wouldn't really be angry because he was his brother's younger brother, and they were brothers. But now things were very different. Although he still called him brother, and he still regarded him as his brother in his heart, he didn't know what his brother was thinking, and he didn't know how much he still cared about the Jia family. In this delicate situation, he couldn't be as unscrupulous as before. So, let it be. Giving up and being decisive, cold and ruthless, his brother's approach was the best way to solve the problem. If it was his father, he would definitely agree with his brother's approach. I'm still too naive. Thinking of this, Jia Sherdao said softly, "Yes, brother, you're right. I was wrong." Sun Lang looked at him expressionlessly. After a while, he turned back and said lightly, "Then let's go." Jia Sherdao responded, and then followed silently. The two quickened their pace. Neither of them spoke. Jia Sherdao had been confused since the beginning. After he gave in to his brother, he felt that something was wrong and strange. He walked forward in silence, sometimes looking at his toes, sometimes looking at his brother's back, and sometimes looking at his brother's back. He was in a daze. He didn't agree with his brother's behavior. Because in the past, his brother wouldn't have done this either. Yes, in terms of efficiency and results, this was the best solution to kill two birds with one stone. But because it was so efficient, only cold efficiency was left. There was no pity, no kindness. In the current situation, this was the most efficient and time-saving way. It was also the decision made by his colder and more dictatorial brother. But even so, I don't agree. I can't agree with it. As if there was some force driving him, Jia Sherdao said unexpectedly, "Wait a minute." Sun Lang stopped and turned to look at him. "What now?" Jia Sherdao looked at his brother and took a deep breath. "I don't agree with what you're doing." Sun Lang said lightly, "What's the reason?" Many reasons came to his mind. Jia Sherdao was also a person who could speak well. Justice, kindness, righteousness, compassion, interest. There were many reasons not to kill Uncle Wang. But these weren't things that could persuade his brother. But these weren't things he was determined to do either. He looked at his elder brother and said softly, "Before this, you told me about old Bai and his son. You told me about Bai Zhenming's regret before his death. He regretted that his father didn't raise him to be a hero." Sun Lang didn't comment. "You said that I'm different from Bai Zhenming because my father has been teaching me to be a hero, so I won't have any regrets. But you're only half right." Looking into his brother's eyes, Jia Sherdao stood straight and said firmly, "It wasn't just my father who taught me to be a hero, it was you, the past you. Those few years of learning from my elder brother are important memories that I will never forget for the rest of my life. You set an example and guided me to become a hero, to become an indomitable person. It was you who taught me to be like this. So, I don't agree with what you're doing. It's not just my own opinion, but also the teachings of my brother. No matter what you think of your past self, to me, the former general is the greatest hero in the world, and that will never change. If I back down today, it will be a betrayal of that memory and the teachings of the past." His heart was pounding, his ears were buzzing, and his brain was jumping. He didn't know if he was excited or scared, but an inexplicable force supported him and let him finish the last word. "You taught me to be like this. So, I don't agree with what you're doing now. At least, you can't kill innocent people." Bravely looking into his brother's eyes, Jia Sherdao gritted his teeth. Sun Lang looked at him and said coldly, "You're better at talking than singing. What can you do with just your heart? Can you solve the current predicament and the crisis of Rongwa Mansion by shouting a few righteous slogans? Of course not." Jia Sherdao hurriedly said, "We don't need to kill Uncle Wang-san. We can find a place, like asking my father to imprison him, and let him out when the matter is over. The effect of imprisoning Uncle Wang-san and killing him are similar. Sometimes the former is better because they don't know if Uncle Wang-san is dead or missing, and we can set up a maze." Sun Lang stared at him without saying a word. Jia Sherdao trembled under this gaze. He clenched his fists and forced himself not to look away. Since he had already done it, he couldn't back down. This plan is a bit far-fetched. There are some hidden risks and assumptions. It's quite rough, Sun Lang said. But, he turned around and continued to walk, leaving a sentence, "Since you're brave enough to stick to your own views and fight to the end, let's do it." Jia Sherdao froze in place, but soon, a touched and surprised smile appeared on his face. He eagerly followed after him. "Big brother! Back off, stay away from me." His brother's smile was as bright as a pug's, because he was really happy. His brother's words and actions just now made him see the shadow of the past. He firmly believed that the hero back then wasn't an illusion, but a real existence. No matter what happened, a hero would always be a hero. He said softly, "Actually, brother, there's another reason. You wouldn't have done this in the past, and I hope that the current brother will," Sun Lang said coldly. "Didn't I teach you not to meddle in other people's business?" Jia Sherdao looked regretful. After the two of them walked for a while, Sun Lang suddenly said, "Since we're not going to kill Wang Zixing, we can't torture him too hard, in case he resents me and I have to kill him to get rid of him. Then it's decided happily. We'll change to a gentler way of torture. Don't you want kindness and compassion? Then you'll be the one to carry out the torture." Jia Sherdao was stunned and said awkwardly, "But I'm not very good at torture." "It's okay. It's a simple humanitarian torture that's easy to understand." Sun Lang pinched the pocket of his windbreaker as if nothing had happened. The can of herring wasn't used in the Bai family fort, but he still picked it up later. "I'll teach you. You're so smart, you'll definitely be able to learn it quickly." Jia Sherdao heard Sun Lang's words and didn't have any objections. Besides, his brother wouldn't hurt him. At most, he would be teased. So be it. The young and innocent Jia Sherdao thought so. There was a price to pay for being a partner of justice. The two of them hurried to the Wang family's house and looked in the direction of the main gate. Sun Lang said, "Let's climb over the wall. We don't have time to talk to him. Let's find an opportunity to kidnap that guy." Jia Sherdao naturally had no objections. Just as they were about to move, Sun Lang's expression suddenly changed. Isn't that your father?" Hearing that, Jia Sherdao looked up and saw his father hurrying out of the Wang family's house with a few people with gloomy faces, cursing. For a shrewd father like him, cursing in front of others was simply unimaginable. No one knew his father better than his son. He was startled. "What happened?" Sun Lang said, "Just ask." He stared at Jia Su in the distance and condensed his qi into a thread. The sound waves were controlled into a beam of sound by his powerful inner strength and subtle techniques, crossing hundreds of meters and directly entering Jia Su's ears. "Uncle, go east. We'll meet at the second intersection." Jia Sun was a shrewd person. Hearing this, he did not bat an eyelid. He kicked away the servant of the Wang family who had brought him a horse. With a gloomy expression, he mounted the horse and left. He seemed to be really angry. Sun Lang said to Jia Sherdao, "Let's go and meet your father." Although riding a horse was fast, it was not fast enough for a peerless warrior who had reached the top of the planet. Jia Su rode to the second intersection in the east. Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao were already waiting there. Jia Su got off the horse with a gloomy face and looked at Sun Lang. "You came at the right time. What did you find?" "It's a long story," Sun Lang replied. "I found some clues on Wang Ren's body. Coincidentally, the Shi brothers came to visit, so I followed them and asked a lot of questions." He summarized, "Wang Ren is not a good-for-nothing playboy. He hides his strong martial arts skills. Other than that, he seems to be keeping something important. It should be a book like an account book. The Wang family wants it, and the Shi family also wants it. However, it disappeared without a trace. It might have fallen into the hands of Wang Shifeng. Other than that, the Shi family is a little interesting." Although Jia Su's face was gloomy, the amount of information in Sun Lang's words made him feel like shit. He said, "I was arranging a search for Wang Shifeng in the mansion when I suddenly heard that the Shi brothers were causing trouble in the Wang family. Does that mean Wang Ren's body is already in the Shi family's hands?" "Of course not." Sun Lang laughed. "I buried Wang Ren in the ground of his house. There are no traces of Photoshop at all. I reckon the Wang family would never have guessed. Find a time to bring the body back. Uncle, you can study it when you have time and see if there are any other things left behind." Speaking up to this point, he glanced at Jia Su and said, "After Big Uncle left the Wang clan, he has been carrying killing intent on his face. Why? Did something happen to him?" When Jia Su heard that, he recalled what had just happened. Anger and a little panic surfaced on his face. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Don't be angry, listen to me first. The Wang clan was humiliated by the Shi brothers, and I heard that they snatched Wang Ren's coffin right in front of Wang Zixing. When I heard the news, I immediately rushed over to the Wang clan to check on the situation. After all, you were also inside, but I couldn't find you or Wang Zixing. After I interrogated them, they finally told me the truth." Sun Lang's face turned cold. "It's just like what you think." Jia Su's voice was filled with anger. Wang Zixing was humiliated by the Shi family, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the Wang family was in decline and couldn't fight against the Shi family, so he went to the Ronggua mansion. Madame Dowager is from the Shi family, and the Ronggua mansion is also coveted by the Shi family. He must have wanted to drag Madame Dowager onto the war chariot against the Shi family. Sun Lang said slowly, "How dare he?" Jia Sherdao was furious. He finally understood why his father was so angry. How could Wang Zixing do that? Madame Dowager is still sick. Jia Su gritted his teeth. He's desperate. He doesn't care. Sun Lang went silent for a while and said, "Let's go to the Rongwa mansion." Jia Su sighed. "I've calculated the time. I'm afraid Wang Zixing has already arrived. He won't be able to make it in time. So, let's think about how to deal with him." "Deal with him?" Sun Lang looked at Jia Sherdao. "Forget what I said. I'm going to tear him apart piece by piece." Jia Sherdao was also very angry. Madame Shi was the common elder of the Rong mansion and the Ning mansion, and filial piety was the most important thing in aristocratic families. How dare Wang Zixing use this to disturb the sick Madame Shi, and it was very likely that the rumor of Wang Shifeng killing her brother would spread. He said, "I won't let him go even if my brother doesn't say anything." Sun Lang nodded slightly and looked at Jia Su. "Uncle, many people in Jinling City know you. We'll be too conspicuous if we go with you. Let's split up and go to the Rongwa mansion quickly. Sherdao and I will take a shortcut." Jia Su nodded. "Let's do that. You and Sherdao don't wait for me when you arrive. Just go straight to Wang Zixing. If Wang Zixing hasn't met Madame Dowager yet, we'll find a way to mess things up. That's your house and you're more familiar with it than I am. It'll be easier for you to find him." Hearing this, Jia Sherdao smiled bitterly in his heart. His own house. His brother didn't know the way. Sun Lang's expression didn't change. He nodded and said, "That's right. We'll go first." Jia Sherdao said goodbye to his father. Jia Su looked at his son on the horse and said lightly, "Be careful. Don't cause trouble for your brother." Jia Sherdao nodded and left with Sun Lang. Sun Lang was in the front, and Jia Sherdao was in the back. Neither of them spoke. Jia Sherdao was worried. With Sun Lang's complicated feelings about the Jia mansion, he was still hesitating whether to go to Rongwa mansion. But now, Wang Zixing had taken matters into his own hands and forced his brother to go. He wondered what his brother was thinking about now. This was not his home, and it had a special meaning for him. His brother was finally going to the Rongwa mansion to meet those strange yet familiar people. Sun Lang suddenly said, "You're familiar with the Rongwa mansion, aren't you?" Startled, Jia Sherdao answered in a low voice, "Kind of. I didn't visit them much when I was young, but I got closer after that. During the war, I went home to visit my parents. I sent a few letters home for my brother and talked to them a few times. In the past 2 years, I've been visiting them more often. I often come to the Rongwa mansion to accompany Madame Dowager." Sun Lang said lightly, "That's good. At least you know the way." Jia Sherdao's heart ached. He said softly, "I'll show you the way. It's easy to remember." "Okay." Chapter 745. Compared to Sun Lang's previous life, the mansions of the wealthy families in the empire were much larger. It had nothing to do with productivity, but was entirely due to cultural differences and social awareness. Because of the prevailing martial spirit of the empire, even the commoner families with a small amount of savings had to reserve a room in their home as a martial arts hall, not to mention the class with vested interests in this country. The old master needed a martial arts hall, the young master needed an internal martial arts hall, and the family needed a big martial arts hall to train the servants. Some even had a horse racing field. After all, martial arts was different from literature. You needed a big enough field to show your skills. The saying that the poor studied and the rich practiced martial arts was not empty word. This country was full of martial arts, and the people had become strong because of the long war and the guidance of the country. Practicing martial arts could strengthen the body and win fame. If you could pass the military examination and win the flag in the palace examination, you would be appointed to the imperial army and become the emperor's disciple. From then on, you would surpass the mortal world and rise to the top, bringing honor to your family. All the classes in the empire, no matter how rich or poor, were scrambling for this road to the top. It was precisely because of this reason, and precisely because of this need, that the rich and powerful families encircled their homesteads very large. Coupled with the spiritual needs of gardens, ponds, artificial mountains, halls, and so on, it was not surprising that their homesteads were a little bigger. The Ningwa mansion was big, and so was the Rongwa mansion. Sun Lang gazed into the distance at a stretch of verdant mansions and said indifferently, "It's so close." Jia Sherdao replied beside him, "Yes, it wasn't very close before, but after years of expansion, it slowly merged together. There's a private alley between the two mansions." Sun Lang nodded slowly. "Got it? Let's go." That was the Rongwa mansion, where those people lived, where the people in the letter lived. When he was in the army, he received many letters from his family. Old Madame Shi, Wang Shifeng, Jia Tanchun. These people he didn't know, these people who treated him as someone else. The old lady spoiled her grandson to the core. After not hearing anything for 3 years, she was surprised to learn that her grandson had appeared on the battlefield in the north, made a lot of contributions, and become a shining general on the Heaven's Origin battlefield. The first thing that came to her mind was not joy but relief. Compared to her grandson's achievements, she was more happy that he was safe and sound. Therefore, the letter was filled with exhortations and worries. She told her grandson to be careful in everything and not to push himself too hard. No matter how great the meritorious service was, it couldn't compare to his safe and sound return. But in the end, she couldn't wait that long. Wang Shifeng was his sister-in-law, as well as his cousin. Adding 2 relatives on top of one, they were very close. Usually, she considered herself as his elder sister. In the letter, other than exhorting him to be careful, she also praised him for being young and promising. She also advised him to make meritorious achievements and come back to bring honor to the Jia family, so that everyone in the Jia family could hold their heads up high. Jia Tanchun was his younger sister. Although she pretended to be mature in her words, she often acted like a spoiled child. What martial arts did she practice today? What moves did she teach yesterday? And at the end of the letter, she always hoped that her brother would come back soon. Those letters that were brimming with passion, longing, kinship, and warmth could still clearly surface in his mind when he thought about them. He had once rebuilt these letters and emotions into a new spiritual pillar, but in the end, he discovered that everything was actually a castle in the air. What was fake was still fake. After all, the surname Jia was fake. Coupled with that name, it was even more ironic. Jia Sherdao looked at Sun Lang's silent back and felt uneasy. He called out tentatively, "Brother?" Sun Lang came back to his senses from his reminiscence. "Really, what am I backing down for? What am I being weak for? I've already experienced the worst situation, what's there to be afraid of? No matter what happens. At this point, no one can defeat me, no one can stop me." He said slowly, "A few years ago, I thought about it many times. I thought that after the war and after I was promoted, I would eventually come here. I would come to Xiaozhou, to Jinling, to continue playing the role of that person, continuing his life and fate. I thought about what kind of scene it would be like then." He had good eyesight and could see the door of Rongwa Mansion from afar. Unlike Ningwa Mansion and the Wang family who would still pretend to be there, Rongwa Mansion's door was deserted. At that time, I thought that after the war, I would at least be appointed as the Prime Minister's assistant, right? The Grand Marshal returning home in glory, I'm afraid it would be very grand. The whole mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers, gold and silver shining, the cauldron burning with martial incense, the vase with sword stamens, the smoke lingering, the shadows of flowers in full bloom, and the sound of music everywhere. Endless prosperity and wealth, and I rode a horse, surrounded by bodyguards, and walked through the street here. There were people watching on both sides of the street, and the ground was covered with flowers. The old lady brought them and waited over there. They must have waited for a long time to see me again, and it was the first time I saw them. I thought that they would cry. I thought that things would be very troublesome. I didn't know them, and I wasn't born here. I wasn't familiar with everything in Rongwa Mansion. I had to play another person. They would definitely hug me and cry. After crying enough, they would lead me in. They would have to pay respects to their ancestors, to have a reception, to have a big banquet, and to have the opera troupe perform for 30 days. I thought that from then on, I would probably have a real family. I would officially become a member of the Jia family, and even the head of the family. From then on, I would shoulder the future and rise and fall of the entire family, and tie myself to Rongwa Mansion. I would meet all the noble families in Xiazhou here, and build a good relationship with them. I would marry a wife under the old lady's nagging, but it would still take a lot of thought to decide who to marry. I thought that after the war, it would be time for me to start a new life. It might be very boring, very strange, and very boring, but I'm looking forward to it, because, finally, I would have a family, right? Sun Lang looked over at Rongwa Mansion and said softly, "Unfortunately, I was 2 years late, and I didn't come back in glory. Even when I came back this time, my mood was completely different from what I expected." Jia Sherdao didn't know what to say. However, Sun Lang didn't expect him to say anything. Sun Lang was just saying it for himself. Just like now, after he confided in his heart, he looked relieved. The former Master Bao said softly, "At least, I'm here. I'm standing here. Rongwa Mansion is my second obsession after Baiyue, so I'm here." He said to Jia Sherdao calmly, "Let's go." Jia Sherdao was stunned at first, then hurriedly responded and began to lead the way. Then he was kicked to the ground by Sun Lang from behind. "Are you an idiot? Why are you going through the front door?" Sun Lang said behind him. "Climb over the wall." So, the first time he stepped into Rongwa Mansion, Sun Lang climbed over the wall again. The moment he stepped into Rongwa Mansion, Sun Lang's heart raced a little, and he slowly exhaled. Actually, it was nothing. "Avoid irrelevant people," he said. "Go find Wang Wangxing." Jia Sherdao knew what Sun Lang wanted to ask. Since Sister Feng is missing, and sisters-in-law Lin and Shui aren't here, according to Father, Tan Chun is in charge of Rongwa Mansion now. As an elder and the acting head of the Wang family, Wang Wangxing naturally has to be received by Tan Chun when he comes to visit the ancestor. Because he was angry that Wang Wangxing came to Rongwa Mansion without permission to disturb the Dowager Duchess, Jia Sherdao called her by her name. Sun Lang asked, "Will she agree to report?" "Very likely." Jia Sherdao sighed. Although Tan Chun is soft on the outside and tough on the inside, she's a girl after all, and she lacks experience in the past. Wang Wangxing is older than her, and he's here for something important. I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand a few words of pressure. In the end, it's too hard for her. Sun Lang was silent for a moment and said calmly, "We don't know yet. Let's go to the old lady's place first." After all, Jia Sherdao was young and not sophisticated enough. He said worriedly, "If Wang Zixing has already seen the old lady or talked to her," Sun Lang said lightly, "we'll talk about it when the time comes. Lead the way." Jia Sherdao nodded silently. In fact, his father had already said that it was too late. He was only doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. In fact, after Wang Zixing entered Rongwa Mansion, some things couldn't be changed. It was already afternoon, and Rongwa Mansion was very quiet. There was no lively scene of a big family at all. The whole mansion seemed to be in decline and desolation. Obviously, Wang Shifeng's matter had dealt a heavy blow to Rongwa Mansion, which was declining day by day. Jia Sherdao was more familiar with Rongwa Mansion. After a few turns, he led Sun Lang to an alley and then went straight ahead. Anyway, Sun Lang's spiritual sense was amazing, and he could detect the wind and grass around him. Even if there was a situation, he could quickly avoid it. This road is the west alley of the mansion, which runs through the north and south of Rongwa Mansion. If you keep going along here, you'll reach the back wall of the old lady's courtyard. Sun Lang nodded and then sped up. The two of them walked through the alley in silence. Jia Sherdao found that his brother wasn't walking very fast. After all, with his current lightness skills, it was easy for him to walk 100 steps in a second. However, he was only walking at the speed of an ordinary person. He was afraid that there was something on his mind. But they would eventually come together. It's here. He stopped in his tracks and turned to his elder brother. This is the courtyard where old ancestor lives. Elder brother, do you see it? Go through the drooping flower door over there. After passing through the hall, there are 3 small halls and 5 superior rooms. These are the residences of old ancestor and the maids. Sun Lang stopped and listened. He said lightly, "There's no sound of a man talking, no sound of an old woman crying, and no sound of chaos. It seems that the situation is not bad." Jia Sherdao was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Prince Xing didn't come?" Sun Lang nodded. "That's probably the case. Did Tanchun stop him? This girl is really amazing." Jia Sherdao was greatly relieved and praised. "Father said that Tanchun is an amazing child, and it's true." Sun Lang didn't say anything. After Jia Sherdao was happy, he saw Sun Lang's expression and instantly understood his brother's thoughts. He said carefully, "Then, should we go in?" After a moment, Sun Lang said lightly, "Since we're already here, let's go in and have a look." Perhaps because it was afternoon, the old lady wanted to take a nap, so there were not many people in the courtyard. Sun Lang and Jia Sherdao went through the drooping flower door and went straight through the hall. After turning around a marble screen, they saw the 3 small halls, and then the 5 large rooms. The rooms on both sides were covered with carved beams and painted rafters. Sun Lang looked at the surrounding scenery and sighed softly. There seemed to be a maid sitting there on duty in the small hall. Sun Lang listened to the sound of the maid blinking. Then he pressed Jia Sherdao's shoulder and went through the hall to the courtyard behind the maid's blinking. That was where old Madame Sher lived. The two of them went along the left corridor and quietly came to the window. A voice came from inside. It was a woman's voice, soft and gentle, with a hint of firmness. She sighed, "Ancestor, you're not feeling well these 2 days. Don't look at those tearful things." Jia Sherdao mouthed, "This is the old lady's personal maid, Jin Yuanyang." Sun Lang nodded silently. Then, he heard another voice. It was old and unfamiliar, yet it gave off a sense of familiarity, and it was filled with love. The voice sounded a little weak, but there was a smile in it. "If I don't look and wipe for a day, my heart will feel empty. Just take it as an exercise." Sun Lang's heart skipped a beat. Jia Sherdao's eyes told him that the person who spoke was the old lady, his grandmother. This was her voice. It was just like what he imagined. Those letters full of love, those earnest exhortations, those full of care and love. Yes, this was the voice, just like what he imagined. The maid called Jin Yuanyang sounded like she was about to cry. "But every time I finish wiping, I'll cry when I come back. Ancestor, if this goes on, your body won't be able to take it." "No, good child. I just miss my grandson," the old lady said softly. "I don't know how that child is doing now. Oh, he's so young." Jin Yuanyang cried, "Ancestor. Oh, you're crying again. Don't cry, don't cry. If you cry, I'll cry again. When will you stop crying?" The old lady's voice was very soft, as if she was coaxing a child to sleep. "I'm just a little disappointed. My grandson is a famous hero, but I've never seen him so majestic. When he left, he was so young and didn't know anything. He was a very naughty child. Who would have thought that he would grow up in a flash?" The old lady's voice was filled with laughter. "I was thinking about how majestic he would be when he returned home in glory. I thought about how he would look when he came back wearing armor and riding a horse." My grandson has grown up." Hearing this, Jia Shidao's eyes were sore and he almost cried again. Sun Lang was silent and then he turned and left. Jia Shidao followed him silently. After the two of them left the courtyard, he whispered, "Brother." Sun Lang's tone was stiff. "If Wang Zixing isn't here, where is he?" Jia Shidao sighed softly. "He must have been stopped by Tanchun. Either he was asked to leave the Ronghua mansion, or he was delayed in the main hall. Other than that, as soon as he finished speaking, their expressions changed. Because there was a scream of endless horror in the distance. "Oh no," Sun Lang said. His body flashed, and he shot in the direction of the scream. Chapter 746. Wang Zixing was dead. It was Uncle Wang San. He was the acting head of the Wang family, the middle-aged man who was humiliated by the Shi brothers today. He was humiliated by the Shi family and felt that the Shi family was powerful while the Wang family was weak, so he went to the Ronghua mansion to ask for help. He wanted to use the power of the Shi family to counter the Shi family. Because the identity of the Shi family was very important. She was the ancestor of the Ronghua mansion and the only remaining elder of the Rong and Ning families. Not only that, she was also born in the Shi family. The most promising daughter of the Shui family, Shui Baochai, was her granddaughter-in-law. Such an old and virtuous woman, her identity and position could affect a lot of things. This was the reason why Wang Zixing went to the old lady for help. But he died. He died in the Ronghua mansion. When Sun Lang heard the scream of horror, he rushed to the scene as fast as he could. He saw Wang Zixing's body from afar and a servant girl sitting on the ground. The servant girl was young and beautiful. At this time, she was too scared to move and could only cry. Wang Zixing, on the other hand, was lying on the ground. His lifeless eyes reflected the colors of the sky. He had collapsed in a garden, in the muddy soil, in the midst of flowers. His face was deathly pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Reflecting the surrounding flowers, he appeared gorgeous and strange. He had clearly died from an extremely heavy internal injury. Sun Lang's expression suddenly became cold. He turned his head and looked around. There was no one around. After hearing the scream, he was the first to come here. Although he couldn't appear in front of the people of the Ronghua mansion, there was still some time. Sun Lang thought of this, quietly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and flicked a wisp of wind. The little girl, who was so frightened that she fell to the ground, rolled her eyes and fainted. After falling to the ground, her delicate body involuntarily trembled a few times. Sun Lang saw this, his face darkened. "I don't know what happened, I don't know what happened, I don't know what happened." He came to the side of the corpse and looked at the dead Wang Zixing. Although he was angry at this person for acting on his own accord, he had already sentenced this person to death in his heart. But he died like this, it was really a big problem. Wang Zixing was the acting head of the Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family knew that he had come to the Ronghua residence, but he had died here. The Ronghua residents could not escape the blame. Was this the murderer's plan? Who killed him? Wang Zixing's body was still warm, indicating that he had died recently. However, Sun Lang glanced at the complicated and unfamiliar Ronghua mansion and shook his head. It would be a waste of energy to chase after him now. He squatted down and with a few glances, he determined the position of the fatal wound. He pulled open his shirt and like Wang Ren, the fatal wound was on his chest. It was not a wound caused by a sword or a knife, but an internal wound. But it was different from Wang Ren. Wang Ren's chest was injured by the Wang clan's White Dragon Palm Force, which was passed down in the family. The force was fierce, but it was also soft. Only a woman with a soft nature could cultivate such a palm force. And the cause of Wang Zixing's death, Sun Lang's tone was emotionless. Pearl finger, Hei's skill, the pearl finger on the throne shines the sun and the moon, the hall in front of the rosy haze. This was the family martial art of the Rongguo residence. A finger broke the heart meridian and the burning force penetrated the body. Although there was only a finger mark on the chest, the burst heart must be covered with burn marks. It was the injury caused by the pearl finger that was activated by the haze skill. He could do it too. When he achieved a small success in martial arts, in order to avoid being exposed in the future, he specially learned that the highest level of martial arts was to comprehend by analogy. When he reached that level, he would know that the top principles in the world were similar. Sun Lang examined Wang Zixing's wound with the eyes of a great master of martial arts. Like Wang Ren, it was still a one-hit kill. Even with Wang Zixing's strong martial arts cultivation, he still had no power to resist. Did he not resist, or did he not have enough time to resist? He read the murderer's information from the corpse, the finger moves, the internal strength cultivation, and even the finger. The finger that poked the chest was still small and exquisite, unlike a man's finger. It was a woman again. Wang Shifeng, is it you again? Sun Lang looked around. This was a garden of the Rongguo residence. Everything was quiet. The little girl's scream did not alarm anyone nearby, and there was no trace of the murderer. She came and went without a trace, quietly killed Wang Zixing, and then left. The murderer's martial arts were not high enough to penetrate the divine sense. The reason why she could come and go so secretly only showed that she knew the structure of the Rongguo residence very well. So, Wang Shifeng was more suspicious. However, why did Wang Zixing's body appear here? Was he killed here, or was his body hidden here after he was killed? Sun Lang frowned. He could not get the answer to this question just by looking at the corpse. He had to refer to other people's confessions, such as the little girl who saw the corpse first, and Jia Tanchun. This Wang Zixing came to visit the old madam. Since he came to visit, he naturally had to go through the front door. Since he went through the front door, there must be someone to receive him. Since there was someone to receive him, how could he die here alone? This question could only be asked by Jia Tanchun. Sun Lang wanted to observe more, so he turned and flashed out of the garden. Under the cover of the pillars and trees, he left the garden. Someone was coming. In the end, there were people who heard the little girl's screams and came over to take a look. Immediately, the screams spread and some people scrambled to shout for the third young lady. Sun Lang flashed into the dark, and Jia Sherdao finally followed sneakily. He did not know what had happened and whispered, "Brother, what's wrong?" Sun Lang said lightly, "Wang Zixing is dead, and all the evidence points to Wang Shifeng." Jia Sherdao opened his mouth wide. This news was too explosive. The acting master of the Wang family came to visit, but died in the garden of the Rongguo residence. There were thousands of reasons and tens of thousands of explanations. How could the Wang family let it go? This was the face of a noble family. In any case, a dispute was inevitable. The Wang family and the Jia family were on opposite sides, and the so-called unity of the four great families was basically going to become history. Jia Sherdao sighed for a moment. But he did not panic because his brother was right beside him. As long as his brother was here, the sky of the Rongguo residence would not fall. He believed so. Sun Lang said lightly, "Don't worry, let's see how things go. I am special, so I can't appear to ask questions. I can only wait for your father to come. Now let's see how things go." Someone had found the body before, and with this commotion, people from far and near were slowly coming over. Seeing this scene, Jia Sherdao was shocked. "We can't let more people see this. The more people there are, the more mouths there will be. Don't let this news leak out." He turned to Sun Lang. "Brother, I'll go out and disperse the crowd," Sun Lang said. "No, you left Summer State for Qinzhou, and you must have fallen into the eyes of some people. If you show up now, you can't hide it, and you will expose me." Jia Sherdao said anxiously, "But if we let them see, they will still see things they shouldn't see." Sun Lang said coldly. The dead can't talk. Jia Sherdao was shocked. Brother, before he could continue, he heard a loud voice shouting from outside. What are you looking at? If you see something you shouldn't see, be careful not to be dragged down, beaten to death, and thrown into the river. A servant should behave like a servant. Is this something you can gossip about? No one is allowed to go in. Turn your backs, block the left and right doors, and do your duty. Sun Lang frowned slightly. This is Jia Tanchun? Jia Sherdao smiled bitterly. Of course not, this is Qingwen. She has good character and is beautiful, but her words are a bit harsh, he added. As I said before, she was one of the maids that Madame Dowager picked for you. She was going to be sent to the army to serve you, but you rejected her righteously. I said she was very beautiful, and most of the girls in the mansion couldn't be compared to her. I didn't expect you to be unmoved. At that time, I thought you had changed and were a real man, but it turns out. He felt that something was wrong, and immediately stopped talking. Sun Lang nodded. Although her words were a bit harsh, she handled it well. Although I don't know what happened, she understood that the scene should be blocked immediately. She is a smart person. Qingwen seemed to have some prestige among the servants. Although her words were harsh, the servants who gathered around stopped peeking and held back their curiosity. They spontaneously turned their backs and didn't look at the situation in the garden, blocking all the paths into the garden. Sun Lang was a little curious. He took a closer look and saw Qingwen's appearance. This girl was indeed very beautiful. Her eyebrows and eyes somewhat resembled Sister Lin's. She had a slender waist and slender shoulders. Her dress was also very flamboyant. She completely displayed the charm of a young girl. She was really a beauty. This slightly harsh girl put her hands on her waist and scolded the servants. When she saw that they spontaneously turned their backs and blocked the scene, she nodded with satisfaction. She didn't go in herself, but turned her back like everyone else. She said, "That's good. Third Miss has already heard the news, and everyone is waiting for her to take charge. But if what happened today falls into the ears of the ancestor, everyone here will be beaten to death and thrown into the well." She was fiercely scaring people. After a while, someone shouted, "Third Miss is here." Everyone's spirits were lifted. A tall girl with beautiful eyes and eyebrows walked quickly, surrounded by several maids. She saw Qingwen from afar, and her expression relaxed. She called out, "What happened?" Jia Sherdao whispered, "This is Tanchun." Sun Lang nodded. Qingwen answered, "I heard that someone died. I didn't go in to see. I was waiting for Third Miss to come." Jia Tanchun said softly, "Thank you, Qingwen. Alas, this happened again. It's useless to complain now. Come in with me and have a look." Qingwen agreed. Tanchun left the servant girls outside and gave them some instructions. Then, she led Qingwen into the garden one after the other. They immediately saw the little girl who had fainted on the ground, and Wang Wangxing lying in the garden. Both Tanchun and Qingwen knew Wang Wangxing, the third master of the Wang family. As if struck by lightning, the two girls' bodies shook. A death was a big deal, and the death was the master of the Wang family. They both knew what this meant. Jia Tanchun said in a trembling voice, Why is he here?" Qingwen's face was also pale, but she still had some courage. She went to the unconscious girl on the ground and checked. "She's still alive. Third Miss, why don't you wake her up? Ask her if she saw anything else." Jia Tanchun took 2 deep breaths and calmed herself down. Her voice slowly calmed down. "She's not hurt, is she?" "No, she just fainted." Poor girl, she was really scared. At this point, Qingwen seemed to have realized something. Her face was a little red. She was so scared that she peed. Jia Tanchun looked over and found that there was some kind of transparent liquid seeping out of a certain part of the girl's body. It slowly flowed to the ground. Poor child, what happened to her? Jia Tanchuan's face was also a little red. After all, she was a young lady. It was embarrassing to be scared to pee. But Qingwen suddenly exclaimed. She stared at the liquid on the ground and looked hesitant. This doesn't look like urine. Instead, it looks like... Jia Tanchuan's heart was in a mess. She asked casually, "What is it?" "No, it's nothing." Qingwen's face was red as she secretly spat. She first sent a stream of qi over and then pinched the little girl's rinzhong point. Soon, the maid slowly woke up. The little girl seemed to know Qingwen. It seemed that Qingwen was a famous person in Rongwa Manor. The maid slowly woke up and her eyes regained focus. She lay in Qingwen's arms and murmured, "You are Sister Qingwen?" Qingwen wasn't as sharp-tongued as before, but her attitude wasn't gentle either. After all, her personality wasn't like that to begin with, but she still asked as gently as possible, "You're awake. Do you remember what happened before?" The little girl's face showed a moment of confusion. But in the next moment, her memory came back to her. She trembled and revealed a look of fear. "Dead. Dead person," Jia Tanchun sighed. The girl gathered her skirt and squatted down. She gently said, "Don't be afraid. We are here. No one will hurt you. Think about it. What did you see before?" The little girl shivered and said, "I had nothing to do today, so I wanted to see the flowers. Who knew that I would see a dead person lying there? I was so scared that I started to scream, and then I don't remember anything." As she spoke, she slowly came back to her senses. Then she realized that something was wrong with her lower body. The girl's face suddenly flushed red, and she screamed and covered it. She was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, and the mounds in front of her chest were very impressive. She already knew everything that she should know, so she could not understand why it had become like this. It seems that the girl doesn't remember what happened either. Jia Sherdao blushed as he spoke. Speaking of which, it's strange. Did she pee her pants? A girl's urine is a bit thick. Sun Lang was expressionless. He did not say a word, hiding his achievements and fame. Chapter 747. After discovering Wang Zixing's unnatural death, Jia Tanchuan's expression was not good. This was not her fault. In fact, it was rare for her to be able to maintain her composure. Ever since that incident 2 years ago, the power structure of the Jia family had begun to change. Although the old dowager forced herself to take charge of the Rongwa family, her energy was not as good as before. There were a few people in power in the Rongwa family. The first was Wang Shifeng. She had been married into the Rongwa family for many years. She did things in an orderly and efficient manner. She had won the old ancestors' trust and favor. She was experienced, and everyone was used to the Rongwa family she managed. In these 2 years, there were the addition of Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai. Previously, Lin Daiyu was not popular in the Rongwa family because of her strong personality. Shui Baochai was gentle and magnanimous, but she was an outsider. However, after that incident 2 years ago, they announced their marriage into the Rongwa family and became Jia Tanchuan's sisters-in-law in name. They became true family. However, this was not the main point of the problem. The main point was that Lin and Shui were already heroes of Tianyuan. They were generals of the imperial court with military power. With their status as the widow of their elder brother, they had a subtle and transcendent position in the court. Their status and power were the greatest external support of the Rongwa family. Therefore, their status and power in the Rongwa family had naturally risen. But now, the 2 sisters-in-law had been sent out. Sister Feng had disappeared. In the large Rongwa family, Jia Tanchun had been pushed to the front. She had to appease the people who had been shaken by Wang Shifeng's disappearance, hide the sick old ancestor, and manage the normal affairs of the Rongwa family, and now, something even worse had happened. Wang Zixing had died in the Rongwa family, in this garden. The only witness had not been able to obtain any useful information. It could be imagined that Wang Zixing's death would cause great turmoil. No matter how weak the Wang family was, they would not allow their acting family head to die in the Jia family and not care. Tan Chun stood up and made a decision. She said softly, Qingwen, I can only trust you on this matter. Go to the Rongua family immediately and ask the first master to come. This matter is not something women like us can handle. If there is no other way, I have to ask the two sisters-in-law to come back. Qingwen knew this was a serious matter. She nodded and said, I'll go now. Don't worry, third young lady. But what about the child? She's really scared. He was talking about the little girl who had witnessed Wang Zixing's death. Now that the little girl had woken up, her mind was still filled with fear, as well as indescribable shame and confusion. He was clearly afraid, so why did that kind of thing flow out? Tan Chun calmly glanced at the pool of strange liquid on the ground, and then looked at the little girl who was curled up on the ground with a red face. She suddenly sighed. If the skin doesn't exist, where can the hair attach to? In a flash, he used his palm as a knife and chopped at the back of the maid's neck. The poor little girl fell to the ground. Qingwen was startled. Third young lady. Jia Tanchun supported the fallen maidservant and said calmly, she saw something she shouldn't have seen. We can only lock her up first. Right now there's really no other way. Qingwen was stunned, then she sighed sadly, lowered her head and left quickly. She had nothing to say. At this point, Rongwa Mansion was in a precarious situation, and it was no longer the time to be kind. She only hated fate for playing tricks on her. The world was so difficult, and the young lady who was supposed to be innocent and carefree had to carry a heavy burden and make cruel choices that went against her conscience. Sun Lang looked at all of this in silence and suddenly said, You stay here. I'll go and take a look. Jia Su and the rest split up and rushed to Rongwa Mansion. They should be arriving soon. Jia Sherdao nodded and said, Don't worry, brother. I'm worried, Sun Lang said. Remember, you can't lick a girl's pee. Who would lick it? Sun Lang smiled and left with Qingwen. He was very good at martial arts, and Qingwen didn't realize that she was being tailed at all. He followed the girl and watched her slim figure walk quickly. At least, this girl treated Rongwa Mansion as her own home. Qingwen walked quickly, not caring about her ladylike demeanor. She had already used her qinggong. Sun Lang leisurely followed behind to observe. This girl's martial arts were not weak. She must have put in a lot of hard work. She passed through the inner door, the south hall, and the outer door and came to the main courtyard of Rongwa Mansion. The outer door was just opposite. She quickened her steps and left Rongwa Mansion. She had to get to Ningwa Mansion as soon as possible and ask Master Jia Su to take charge of the situation. Halfway there, a shadow flashed by the west gate. Someone was hurrying over. Qingwen glanced at him and her face lit up with joy. She shouted, Master! The person who came was naturally Jia Su. He also recognized this servant girl from Rongwa's residence. Using his movement technique, he strode over. You're Qingwen, right? Let me ask you, where's that old man Wang Zixing? His nephew had already known that the old man had come to Rongwa Mansion. Therefore, Wang Zixing's fate had been determined. Either his head had already been smashed by his nephew, or his head would be smashed by his nephew. The difference between the two was what Wang Zixing was doing at this moment. Qingwen's face was pale. She looked around and whispered, Master, it's not good. Third Master Wang is dead, his body is in the East Garden. Jia Su was shocked. Why did he act so quickly? Why was he in such a hurry? When the old man left Rongwa Mansion and returned to his own house, he would kill him with the Sure family's heavy methods. Not only would he vent his anger, but he would also be able to put the blame on the Sure family. Wouldn't that be perfect? If he acted in Rongwa Mansion, he would get himself into trouble. While he was puzzled, Sun Lang, who was following Qingwen in the dark, said, Uncle, I didn't kill Wang Zixing. The evidence on his wound points to Wang Shifeng. Jia Su's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a shrewd old fox. Even after hearing such big news, he remained calm. A wise man wouldn't regret or make assumptions. They always looked straight ahead and didn't dwell on the past. Jia Su nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. His kung fu was far inferior to Sun Lang's. He couldn't find where his nephew was hiding, and he couldn't use the secret voice-sending technique like Sun Lang could. However, he was a wise man, and he knew what he had to do. Thus, he said to Qingwen, "Come with me." Rongwa Mansion and Ningwa Mansion were the two most prominent branches of the Jia family. They were close brothers and often visited each other. Jia Su was familiar with everything in Rongwa Mansion. He led Qingwen through the external E-gate and came to the south-facing hall. They turned to the east side of the hall. There were tea and snacks here to entertain the attendance of distinguished guests. For example, Wang Zixing's attendants. As they got closer, they heard chatter. There were people inside. Jia Su listened for a moment. From their conversation, he could tell that they were indeed from the Wang family. He walked forward and pushed the door open. The people inside turned their heads and saw a handsome and elegant official pushing the door in. Someone had already recognized his identity and hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Duke Ning." Jia Su nodded. "Greetings." Then, he took a step forward and waved his palm. It hit the top of one person's head. With a crack, the sound of a neck breaking rang out. Blood spurted out of that person's mouth, and his head tilted to the side. The other three did not expect this to happen at all. Before they could react, Jia Su had already grabbed the boiling hot teapot and pressed it against the second person's face. The boiling hot tea and broken porcelain shards were pushed by his dense inner energy and were all used on the target. The boiling tea rushed into the nose and the broken porcelain shards pierced through the flesh. It was not much different from the flying guillotine. A broken porcelain shard cut the throat. After killing the second person, he stretched out his leg and kicked the table away. Then, he took the opportunity to throw out a punch. The force of his punch pushed the table over and hit the remaining two people in the middle, causing them to stagger back. Just as the two of them were about to retaliate, they were struck and immediately lost their balance. Just as they were trying their best to adjust their state, Jia Su had already stealthily shifted his position and appeared behind the two of them. His fists shot out like venomous snakes, carrying a ruthless and violent aura as they smashed towards their backs. Bang 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 bang, 5 consecutive punches. Double kill. From entering to killing, Jia Su was completely unreasonable. He had calculated the situation perfectly and killed 4 people in an instant. In the end, the 2 corpses fell to the ground at the same time. Qingwen happened to follow in. She was a young girl after all and couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. She was so frightened that she let out a scream. Jia Su turned to look at her. Wang Zixing can't die in the Rongguo residence. Qingwen looked at the 4 corpses with pity. Then, she slowly nodded. Yes. Jia Su said, "It's been hard on you. A young girl should be reading poems and embroidering. You shouldn't come into contact with these violent things. I can only say that it's fate making fools of you. Because your young master is back. You just need to bear with it for a while." He picked up the 2 corpses and dragged them into the bedroom where they were resting. Qingwen gritted her teeth. She also grabbed a corpse and dragged it into the bedroom. "Just leave it here. Someone will take care of it later. You're not good at destroying corpses." Perhaps Jia Su admired Qingwen's brave and sensible behavior. His tone softened. "Now, let's go take a look at Wang Zixing's corpse. I hope there's a good way." The latter half of the sentence was not meant for Qingwen. After the 2 left, Sun Lang pushed open the door from the other side. With a wave of his hand, the table and chair returned to its original position. The smell of blood dissipated. He entered the bedroom and opened his hands. The stone slabs flew out and the soil was dug up by an invisible force. He kicked the 4 corpses in and started to bury them. As expected, Jia Su's way of doing things is more to my liking, Sun Lang said to himself. As for a good way, I'll let the Shi family take the blame. Chapter 748. In no time, Sun Lang had cleaned up the crime scene. He was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and fell into deep thought. There was a problem. Wang Zixing had died in the Rongguo residence, and in a secluded garden without a sound. This was undoubtedly a setup. The motive of the murderer was to drag the Rongguo residence into the maelstrom and sow discord between the Jia residence and the Wang family. After all, the acting head of the Wang family had died in the Jia residence. No matter how they tried to explain it, no matter how suspicious the matter was, an intense conflict was unavoidable. This was a matter of principle and standpoint. Just like when a Russian airport was raided and the corpse of an American ranger was found at the scene. No matter how the Americans explained that the body was an undercover agent, the Russians would not listen. Damn it, you have already killed him, and you still want to talk to me about this? You son of a bitch. But this was the crux of the problem. Sun Lang looked at the ground. The tiles were neatly embedded in the ground, without any trace of movement. The 4 followers of Wang Zixing had been killed by Jia Su. His cheap uncle had also realized that there was no way to explain this matter. Rather than explaining, it was better to cover it up. Then there was the problem, since the murderer was so familiar with the Rongguo residence and wanted to frame the Jia residence. Why did he not come here and kill all of Wang Zixing's followers after killing him? Did he intend to let these people spread the news? No, this was not the best solution. The best solution was to kill these 4 people, and then use the information channels to spread rumors and lead the Wang family to demand an explanation. At that time, Wang Zixing and his followers would all be dead, and the Rongguo residents would have no way to explain. Was this her mistake, or had she predicted that the Rongguo residents would not let these 4 people go back alive? Sun Lang stood where he was and pondered for a moment. Then, an idea flashed through his mind. In the end, there would only be one outcome. But in the process of development there were many possibilities, and a wise person would try to grasp as many possibilities as possible in the process of development. Now, he thought of one possibility. Whether it was true or not, it was never wrong to be prepared in advance. He returned to the room where he had buried the body and spread out his hands. The tiles and soil flew out again. When the thief entered the trap, the willing would take the bait. Jia Su and Qing Wen had already rushed to the crime scene. The servants outside bowed to Jia Su, and Tan Chun came out from the garden to greet him. She addressed him as uncle, and the expression on her beautiful and fair face was normal. She did not show any intense emotions. Jia Liu nodded. "Let's go in." Tan Chun nodded lightly and stepped to the side. Jia Su walked straight in and third young lady followed closely behind. However, Qing Wen stopped and stood guard outside the garden. Jia Su stopped in front of the garden's moon gate. He turned around and said, "Qing Wen, you come too." Qing Wen held her breath and softly said, "Yes." Then, under the jealous, disdainful, or envious gazes of the crowd, she followed him in. Jia Su did not think much of it. He had heard of Qing Wen's name before and knew that she was a girl who was favored by the old ancestor. She was originally chosen to be his nephew's personal maid, but it was said that his nephew was busy with the war and had no time for women, so she was left at home. Now, it seemed that her behavior was quite good. She could quickly calm down when something big happened. Moreover, Wang Shifeng had left, Lin Shui was far away in Mingzhou, and the old ancestor was bedridden. Only Jia Tanchun was left in the Rongguo manor to hold the fort. It was good to let Qing Wen help and have someone to discuss things with. The 3 walked into the garden. Wang Zixing's body was still lying in the garden and had not been moved. Other than that, the girl who first saw the body was lying on the stone table in the garden. Jia Su glanced over. "Who is this?" Jia Tanchun replied, "The first person who found the body. I asked her, but she doesn't know anything." Poor girl at such a young age. Jia Su blurted out without rhyme or reason. Then, he thought for a moment and said to Jia Tanchun, "The Rong and Ning manors are the two branches of the Jia family. Usually, they do not belong to one another. However, this matter is too important and we cannot let the old ancestor know about it. As your uncle, I can only overstep my boundaries." Jia Tanchun said, "Yes, I'll leave this matter to you." Jia Su nodded. Wang Zixing is the acting head of the Wang family. His identity is very special. We can't explain why he died in the Rongwa manor, so we can only suppress this matter. I've already killed the followers who came with him. I'll also make appropriate arrangements for Wang Zixing's body. What the Rongwa manor needs to do is to keep it a secret. After hearing that, Tanchuan's expression changed slightly. She only sighed softly. Jia Su said faintly, "Let the man be the bad guy. You don't have to worry about it." Jia Tanchun slowly nodded. She was not an ignorant young lady. In the past 2 years, Rongwa Manor had been very difficult. The world was dangerous and malicious. She had also seen the claws and teeth of the jackals and wolves surrounding Rongwa Manor. Sister Feng and her 2 sisters-in-law had mercilessly fought back. Moreover, they had cut the weeds and eliminated the roots without mercy. Only a decisive and ruthless attitude could deter the greedy. She understood this principle. Human lives were not rare. It was just that she was not the one who had done this in the past. It's good that you understand. Jia Su said, "The Rongwa manor needs a unified explanation." Jia Tanchun thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, you mean that we have to insist that third Uncle Wang never came to the Rongwa manor, and that we know nothing about his disappearance?" A smile appeared on Jia Su's face, but he shook his head. "That's not right. The distance from the Wang manor to the Rongwa manor is not close. There are too many people along the way. Someone might have seen them coming here. When the time comes, the lie will be exposed and we will be in a passive position." Jia Tanchun frowned. "Then we can only say that third Uncle Wang has already left?" Jia Su nodded and said, "Yes, although Wang Zixing came to visit, he left resentfully in the end. He entered the Jia manor alive and left alive." At this point, he suddenly frowned. "I haven't asked what happened. I know that Wang Zixing came to the Rongwa manor to find the old ancestor, but how did he die in the East Garden? If the Rongwa manor was divided into East and West, then Matriarch Shi's courtyard was in the West and the East Garden was in the East. It was extremely unreasonable for Wang Zixing to die here. When this matter was mentioned, Jia Tanchun frowned and looked angry. "Uncle, you don't know, but this third Uncle Wang is really rude. When he entered the manor, he said that he wanted to visit the old ancestor. You should know that the old ancestor is sick in bed and didn't dare to tell her about Sister Feng. If third Uncle Wang came to Grandma's bed and made a fuss, wouldn't that be terrible? Of course I didn't allow it. Who knew that third Uncle Wang would use his seniority to oppress me and reprimand me? He said that it was related to the rise and fall of the 4 great clans. His attitude was very tyrannical and he said that I couldn't bear the responsibility." She said hatefully, "It's easy for you to say. The Rongwa manor is already like this, so what's the point of caring about the rise and fall of the 4 great clans? No matter how bad it is, how bad can it be? Although I'm a woman and don't know much, I know 2 things. First, filial piety is the most important thing. Grandma has worked hard for the Rongwa manor all her life, and we can't let her be tired or frightened because of this matter. Second, the Jia family has to take care of the Jia family. It's not up to the Wang family to decide whether to alarm the old ancestor or not." She looked a little agitated. It seemed that Wang Zixing still brought her a lot of pressure. Jia Su knew this little niece's difficulties, so he didn't interrupt her subconscious venting. He just said softly, "You're right." What happened later? Jia Tanchun sighed. Although you've made up your mind, third Uncle Wang's attitude was very tough. If we rejected him too harshly, I'm afraid that he would be driven to desperate actions and force his way in. He's an elder of the Wang family and his martial arts are naturally better than ours. If we couldn't stop him and he alarmed the old ancestor, it would be our fault. So I coaxed him and said that the old ancestor was taking an afternoon nap and I had to report it first. I delayed him first and then I went to discuss with Sister Yuanyang. Her martial arts are the best and she's knowledgeable. I have to consider myself as a junior in front of third Uncle Wang. She's not afraid of anything once she's decided on something. I know that at this time, the old ancestor would usually be in the ancestral hall cleaning second brother's armor. At this point, Tan Chun's eyes turned red and she continued, "Who would have thought that when I rushed over today, there was nothing? They said that old ancestor had returned to her room early today." I hurriedly turned back to grandmother's courtyard. Halfway there, I heard that Uncle Wangsen had knocked out the servant girl serving him and disappeared without a trace. At this point, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. I thought that he had seen through my plan and went straight to the old ancestor. When I reached grandmother's courtyard, I didn't see him. At that time I panicked. I thought that since Wang Zixing wasn't with the old ancestor, it meant that he had other plans. What else in the Rongua manor was worth his attention? After thinking about it, I could only think of Sister Feng's place. Jia Su said, "So you ran to Wang Shifeng's courtyard and heard the news while you were busy." Tanchun sighed, her voice trembling. "I heard that someone had died and thought that Wang Zixing had hurt someone in the manor. I didn't expect him to die here." Jia Su said faintly, "You did something wrong. Wang Zixing was so aggressive. You should have come to me immediately." Tanchun said in a low voice, "I didn't think it through." "It's not that you didn't think it through, it's that you thought it through too thoroughly." Jia Su sighed. How could he not see through his niece's thoughts? However, he was an elder and would not stoop to the level of a junior. Moreover, his eldest nephew was still secretly watching, so he could not say anything. "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." There were more and more suspicious points. If Wang Zixing was here to see the old ancestor, why did he run east and die in the garden? Tanchun said that Wang Zixing had knocked out the maid serving him during the chaos and disappeared without a trace. Now, it seemed that the person who knocked out the maid might not have been him. The crux of the problem was whether Wang Zixing came to the east garden by himself. Did he come here and get killed, or was his corpse brought here after he was killed? Jia Su thought for a moment and felt that he had no clue. He could not think of anything by himself, so he had to discuss it with his eldest nephew. He made up his mind to deal with the matter at hand first. The people from the Wang family will come to ask about it sooner or later. You have to arrange it as soon as possible, Jia Su said. Replace all the servants who have received Wang Zixing and his entourage. I'll transfer some smart and capable servants from the Ningguo mansion. You don't have to worry about that. As for the servants and this little girl. He looked at the servant girl who saw Wang Zixing's body lying on the stone table. His tone became cold. Kill them all. Tanchun and Qing Wen shuddered at the same time. Uncle, leaving them alive is leaving a flaw that can be easily exploited by the enemy. Jia Su said coldly, "This is an act of helplessness. You should know it's right. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you." Jia Tanchuan's expression became very conflicted. Killing Wang Zixing's entourage could be explained as an act of helplessness. But whether it was the little girl or the guards, they were innocent. Not only could the Rongua mansion not protect them, they had to kill them themselves. What was this? Qingwen could see that Tanchun was in a difficult position. She bit her lips and softly interjected, "First Master, please allow me to report. These are troubled times and people's hearts are unstable. Those people are not alone and have friends and relatives in the residence. If we kill them like this, not only will we not be able to solve the problem once and for all, it will also cause many troubles and leave behind too many hidden dangers. Instead, it will make everyone feel insecure." Jia Su frowned. It's enough to hide it for a while. At this time, his nephew did not show himself because he wanted to wrestle with the hidden faction of the imperial family. Thus, the news of Wang Zixing's death only needed to be concealed for a while. In the future, when his nephew was free and officially returned to the Rongwa Manor, the truth would not matter anymore. Even if he said that Wang Zixing was killed by lightning, the Wang family could only nod in agreement. Because people with power and authority could do whatever they wanted. Jia Tanchun wanted to say more, but Jia Su was already impatient. No matter how smart a woman was, a woman's view was still a woman's view. She was soft-hearted, emotional, and easily blinded by unnecessary emotions. She did not know when to make a decision and when to give up, just like his immature son. Just as he was about to make a firm decision with the authority of an elder, his ears suddenly twitched. Someone sent him a secret voice-sending message. After hearing it, his expression became a little strange. After a while, Jia Su slowly said, "Forget it. The two manors are different. Even the master of the Ningguo Mansion has no right to decide the life and death of the Rongwa Mansion's servants. Since you insist, let them live. But you still have to change them. These people must be grounded and monitored. Since you don't want to kill them, I'll leave this matter to you. If they leak the news, you know the consequences." Tanchun did not know what had happened and thought that Qing Wen's words were effective. She looked at her gratefully and said solemnly, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll do it well." Jia Su snorted, "Then go. I can't interfere with the Rongwa Mansion's matters. You must arrange these things well. Remember, don't alarm the old ancestor." Hearing this, Tanchun glanced at Wang Zixing. Then Jia Su said expressionlessly, "I have my own arrangements. You can go do your work." Tanchun sensed her uncle's displeasure and sighed helplessly in her heart. Qing Wen went over and carried the unconscious little girl. The two of them bowed and retreated. Soon, Qing Wen's voice rang out outside, summoning everyone. Third Miss was about to give a lecture. After they left, Jia Su said coldly, "I didn't expect the marshal to cultivate his character after leaving the battlefield for 2 years. He's so kind and merciful that he can't bear to kill. I'm ashamed." It was unknown when Sun Lang had already sat down on the stone table in the garden. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you don't have to force me. I'm not pedantic to that point. I'm just thinking that instead of being on tenterhooks all day, not knowing which direction the enemy will attack from, it's better to take the initiative and reveal a flaw to them." Jia Su's expression changed slightly, and his tone softened. "That's it." Sun Lang blinked. "Not entirely. Sometimes, as a father, you should consider your son's feelings. It's not good for the relationship between father and son to be too strained." Then, Jia Sherdao slowly appeared from the other side. He looked at his father with a complicated expression. Obviously, Jia Su not only scared Jia Tanchun but also shocked Jia Sherdao when he said that he wanted to kill all the insiders. The young crown prince of Rongwa Mansion did not agree with his father's actions either. Jia Su said coldly, "Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Those who plan for the world should be decisive. It's important to know one's own limits. You don't have your cousin's ability, so don't learn from him. I'm not your cousin, and I won't let you do whatever you want. If you're with him, he'll be there to clean up your mess. But don't show me that expression in front of me. It's sad, depressed, and tangled like a woman. It makes me sick." "Wow, 2 of them. Sun Lang, who was scolded in a roundabout way, "If it weren't for your high martial arts, you would have died a long time ago," scratched his head and sighed. "Ah, this is super awkward. Why did things turn out like this?" No one paid attention to him. The father and son looked at each other in silence. There was an undercurrent between them. Usually, outsiders could not interfere in this kind of awkward confrontation between father and son. They could only wait for the two to quarrel, and then their relationship would become even more strained. There was no room for them to smooth things over. However, Sun Lang was Sun Lang, the legendary LV6 ability user who could destroy the atmosphere. There was no atmosphere that he could not destroy. He sat there and made a bold statement with his super thick skin and martial arts skills. He said to Jia Sherdao as if there was no one else around, "Hey, do you want to know how to break your father's Tsundermouth? Let me tell you, the way to deal with Tsundra is nothing more than a super straight ball. Pounce on him right now, hug him and shout, 'I love you, Dad.' Let's see what kind of expression this old man will have." The serious expressions of the father and son wavered to varying degrees. Jia Sherdao's eyes moved slightly. He was moved. He was moved. This guy was obviously moved. Jia Su's expression became a little more sinister, probably conveying that if you really dare to do this, don't blame me for beating you again. The serious atmosphere between father and son suddenly broke, and then the atmosphere became even more awkward. Sun Lang sat there and tried to smooth things over. "Okay, everyone, let's pretend that nothing happened for my sake. Uncle, Sherdao's personality is different from yours. He will walk his own path. Sherdao, you are too stupid. Don't fight with your father before you grow your wings. Otherwise, you will get nothing but a beating. Do you understand? If you want to tell your father that he is wrong, you have to stand firm first." Jia Su sneered. "That's right. I'll wait for the day when hero Jia Sherdao masters the ultimate martial arts and becomes invincible." "Uncle, you should King talk less." Sun Lang sighed. "If you continue to mock me in such a roundabout way, I'm going to fight back." Jia Su snorted and went along with Sun Lang's excuse. A wise man would not stand under a dangerous wall. He did not want to bet on whether Sun Lang would respect his elders or not. After all, this guy even dared to rebel. Therefore, he stopped talking about it and stopped looking at Jia Sherdao as if his son was heir. Jia Su pointed at Wang Zixing's body. "What should we do with this guy?" Sun Lang said without hesitation, "Of course, we will frame the Shi family." The old fox had the same idea. He walked closer to the corpse and examined it. Then, he pulled open the lapel of his robe and said lightly, "Pearl finger, haze technique. You said that the clues pointed to Wang Shifeng. So this is the case. But the wound is so obvious that anyone with eyes can see it. It will be difficult to frame the Shi family." Sun Lang answered, "No problem. Just cut off the head and send the head back." Jia Su asked back, "Then it will be difficult to frame the Shi family." Sun Lang said lightly, "Although we can use the Shi family's kung fu to hit the heart to cover up the traces of the pearl finger, it will be too deliberate to use the Shi family's kung fu to kill someone and then throw the body back to the Wang family. It will be a bad idea. We can just send the head back and plan to lead the clues to the Shi family." Jia Su frowned and said, "That is too troublesome." "It is indeed troublesome to deal with Wang Zixing's death," Sun Lang said meaningfully. "But the Shi family's situation is not as simple as we thought." He told Jia Su what had happened in detail. From what he had seen and heard in the Wang family to the interrogation of the Shi brothers. "You mean," Jia Su said slowly, "the Shi family has sided with them? I'm not sure, but we can't be passive. Wang Ren's death, Wang Zixing's death, the murderer is always leading us by the nose. We have to do something." Sun Lang said, "The Shi brothers came for that thing, the Wang family is also looking for it. Wang Ren's death and Wang Shifeng's disappearance might be related to that thing. Wang Shifeng is the key to everything. Although we can't find Wang Shifeng now, we can change the chaotic situation. Jia Su seemed to have guessed Sun Lang's plan. What should we do? Use Wang Zixing's death to frame the Shi family and stir up hatred and conflict. Sun Lang said, weaken the Shi family and see if we can get something out. Chapter 749. With Jia Su in charge, Sun Lang was at ease. The two old foxes hit it off and immediately took action. Jia Su made some preparations before returning to Ningguafu in a huff. Not long after, everyone on the street saw Duke Ning leading a group of henchmen out. If Prince Xing knew about this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. This was because Jia Su actually came to complain first, bringing a group of Ningguo Mansion's hired thugs to the Wang family's front door and started cursing and swearing. Without a leader, the Wang family was blocked by Jia Su at the door and scolded. Some gossipers gathered around to listen to the conversation and got the gist of it. The general idea was that Wang Zixing dared to disturb old Madame Jia. He was not a son at all. F*ck your father. The Wang family had no choice but to listen to Jia Su's scolding. They couldn't just let him scold them in front of the door. Otherwise, where would the Wang family put their face? After a short discussion behind closed doors, a few reputable elders of the Wang family came out to welcome him. Finally, they invited Duke Ning into the residence with drooping eyes. They probably also knew what had happened, and secretly felt that it was embarrassing. This was one of the drawbacks of democracy. When nothing happened, everyone would quarrel with each other, but when something happened, they would scramble to shift the blame. A few elders of the Wang family who held high positions first tried to distance themselves from the matter, then scolded Wang Zixing for his recklessness, and then carefully asked him what happened. Duke Ning looked very angry. After drinking a mouthful of tea, he angrily told them what had happened. After the inhumane Wang Zixing came to Rongguafu, he said that he wanted to talk to old Madam. After being rejected by Third Miss, he pretended to give up and found an excuse to send Third Miss away. Then, he took the chance to knock out the servant who served him and then ran around Rongguafu, wanting to barge into the Jia family to find old Madam. Fortunately, Jia Su, who had received the news, arrived in time. The two of them quarreled fiercely and then fought. Jia Su punched Wang Zixing's waist and Jia Su's right shoulder was hit by Wang Zixing's palm. Seeing that he could not gain any advantage, Wang Zixing said a few words and left in a hurry. Jia Su was worried about the matriarch's safety and did not have the time to chase after him. The third young lady of the Rongguo Manor was also frightened. She thought that she had almost killed the old ancestor due to her carelessness. She was so scared that she burst into tears and couldn't get out of bed. Just like that, the last person who could make decisions in the manor collapsed. The entire Rongguo Manor was in a mess because of the prince. At this point, Duke Ning's expression became agitated. He tore open his shirt and revealed his right shoulder to show the evidence. As expected, there was a dark green palm print on the back of Jia Su's right shoulder. The elders of the Wang family present were all experts who had been immersed in their family's martial arts for decades. They could tell at a glance that this was the result of the white dragon palm. Only Wang Zixing would be able to leave such an injury. Therefore, this was King awkward. The witness and material evidence were incomparably conclusive. The injury on his shoulder couldn't be faked, right? This matter was more of a pain in the ass. The other party had come to settle the score. If a small family had a grudge with them, so what if they came knocking on their door? They could just beat them out and sue them wherever they wanted. However, the Ningguo Manor was different. The father and son were both heroes of Tianyuan. Although the son had become a monk, he was still a young man in his 20s. No one knew when he would change his mind. Sooner or later, he would come back to inherit the family business and make a name for himself. This was different from the situation of the Rongwa manor where the bloodline had been cut off. Now that Jia Su had come personally, the Wang family had to give an explanation. Facing the furious Jianingwa, the Wang family felt a toothache. Brothers, we are all from Jinling. The four great families are of the same branch. You all know my character. In my life, I have been kind to people, never speak ill of them, never frame the innocent, and never set up evil schemes. I believe that I am an indomitable spirit. However, this matter, even Buddha cannot tolerate it. The drama queen Jia Su was performing. He slammed the table and said angrily, "My aunt, ever since she married into the Jia manor, she has been working hard. She is filial to her parents-in-law, assisted her husband, and taught her son. She has managed the affairs of the Rongwa manor in an orderly manner for decades. Which one of the juniors of the Jia family disrespects her? The four great families are of the same branch. She is my elder, your elder, and Wang Wangxing's elder, isn't that right?" The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He stood up with a murderous look on his face. "You all know what kind of life my aunt has been living these years. In the Great War of Tianyuan, her heroic spirit died in battle. She sent her husband to the battlefield, then her son, and then her grandson. Almost all the men in the Rongwa manor died. Her only insensible grandson was also lost. How hard has her life been? After a few years, the heavens took pity on her and found her missing grandson. He even made a name for himself and brought glory to his ancestors. Isn't that beautiful? But he died in the great desolate mountain." His sharp eyes swept over everyone, making them involuntarily lower their heads. This old lady, when Rongwa Manor was in a precarious situation, she forced herself to support the situation, and these 2 days she was bedridden. Even the manor's third young lady knows that we must not disturb the old ancestor with this matter, but what about him, Wang Zixing? How dare he? Jia Su clenched his teeth. Luckily, I returned quickly this time. If he had really barged into the old ancestor's courtyard and alerted her with those annoying matters, or even something bad had happened to the old ancestor, the entire Wang family would have to be buried with her. Being scolded like this, the Wang family's expressions turned ugly. However, they were indeed in the wrong. Jia Su's anger was rooted in filial piety. No one could find fault with that. No one was willing to speak up. The one who did this was Wang Zixing, not me. Why should I stand out and face Jia Su's wrath? Why? What good would it do? Yes, that was the crux of the problem. The advantage of democracy was that the minority obeyed the majority. After something happened, everyone could quickly vote and choose the scapegoat through the minority obeyed the majority. In this situation, the scapegoat had to be Wang Wangxing. But he was not here. Everyone looked strange and exchanged glances. One of them reluctantly stood up and said, "Duke Ning, please don't be angry. Wangxing acted arbitrarily. Although he is the acting master of the Wang family, there are laws in the country and rules in the family. If he does something wrong, the Wang family will never cover it up." Jia Su shouted righteously, "Then ask Wang Wangxing to come out and give me an explanation." His expression was so natural, full of twisted anger. His tone was so firm, expressing his thoughts and feelings that he and Wang Zixing could not live under the same sky. In short, no one could tell that this person had stood beside Wang Wangxing's corpse and discussed with another drama queen how to trip up the Wang family and the Shi family. Everyone in the Wang family looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Duke Ning, the acting head has not returned yet. We don't know where he is." Jia Su glared and sneered, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? He, Wang Zixing, has done such a heartless thing. Other than hiding at home, where else can he hide?" That person raised an eyebrow. The Wang family naturally had their own pride. They were already unhappy that Jia Su had come knocking on their door and insulted them. Now that he was being so aggressive and pestering them, why would they lie to you? Why are you so stubborn? The two sides quarreled for a while, and gradually became angry. Jia Su said coldly, "Well, he is a coward, and you Wang family are going to protect Wang Wangxing to the end?" The other party also felt that he had been cowardly enough today and couldn't continue to be a coward, so he also gave tit for tat. Our Jinling Wang family is a family of gentlemen who keep etiquette. We will never deceive Duke Ning. The acting patriarch is really not here. Even if we tell the truth, we can't do anything. Why bother you? Jia Su was furious. Are we just going to let this go? That person waved his sleeves. When Wang Wangxing returns, the family will hold a meeting to discuss how to solve this matter and give the Jia family an explanation. At this point, there was naturally nothing more to say. Jia Su left in a rage. The Wang family members behind him sneered. Even a clay Buddha would be angry. Both sides parted on bad terms. Jia Su walked out of the Wang family's gate with a pale face and murderous aura. He got on his horse and left with the Ningguo residence's knights. The passers-by saw the commotion again. Master Jia of the Ningguo residence did not get any benefits from the Wang family. Sigh, the Jia residence is doomed. After putting on a show, Jia Su brought his men back to the Jia residence. He sent the knights back to the Ningguo residence and rode his horse to the Rongguo residence. The group of people who were responsible for guarding the door had been replaced by loyal servants from the Ningguo mansion. They were well trained and knew what to say and what not to say. He handed the horse to the coachman and signaled that there was no need to report. He entered the Rongguo residence alone and went straight to the East Garden where the incident happened. This place had become a forbidden area. Everyone in the residence had been warned not to spy on this place, except for those with ulterior motives. Thus, this place became the location for a secret meeting. When Jia Su arrived, he saw that Sun Lang was already waiting there. Seeing him, Sun Lang turned and smiled. "Uncle's acting is extraordinary." Previously, when Jia Su went to the Wang family for a performance, Sun Lang also snuck into the Wang family. Naturally, he saw his uncle's superb acting skills. Without a doubt, Jia Su's thick skin and extremely profound acting skills made Sun Lang feel a sense of empathy. "I'm not as scheming as you." Jia Su put on a fake smile. "If only he had 30% of your temperament. He's too weak and doesn't seem like my son." Sun Lang waved his hand and smiled. "Uncle, you can't wear this hat so casually." Duke Ning's fake smile froze on his face. This nephew is good at everything except for his foul mouth. He had to change the topic. "You said you had something to do in the Wang family. What did you do?" Sun Lang smiled. "I brought Wang Ren's body back and buried it in the ground. I can't just leave it like this. What if it stinks? His death is very strange. There might be clues in the body that we haven't found yet. Let's keep it for now. Uncle, you can study it when you have time. Maybe you'll find something." Jia Su nodded. "You're right. Where did you put the body?" Sun Lang smiled. "I put it under the bed in your study." Jia Su's expression changed slightly. "F*ck, if you were my son, I'd beat you up 5 times a day. What about Wang Zixing's body?" Sun Lang stretched. "Of course it's in the Shi family. I'll do it right away." Jia Su thought of the abominable faces of the Wang family and Wang Zixing's hateful plan. Putting everything else aside, this fellow had schemed to alarm the old ancestor and deserved to die. Coupled with the trouble caused by Wang Shifeng, at this moment, Duke Ning's impression of the Wang family had dropped to the negatives. He sneered. "Today, I went to the Wang family and made a scene. Unknowingly, I've removed a lot of the responsibility. When they find out that Wang Zixing hasn't returned, they'll start to panic. Then, we'll lead them to the Shi family. The Shi family stole Wang Ren's coffin first and killed Wang Zixing later. No matter how cowardly the Wang family is, they won't let it go so easily, Sun Lang smiled. It's a pity that the Shi family didn't get Wang Ren's body, and they're not the ones who killed Wang Zixing. Yet, they've taken the blame for 2 incidents, Jia Su said coldly, who asked them to covet the Rongwa residence, be rude to the Dowager Duchess, and be suspected of colluding with the royal family. They'll have to be taught a lesson. Sun Lang nodded. But the Wang family will need some time to realize that Wang Zixing is missing. I think it'll take at least a day or 2. Just enough time for me to go back. Jia Su was stunned for a moment before he reacted and sighed. That's right. You still have things to do in Qinzhou. You can't do 2 things at once, Sun Lang said faintly. It's not that I can't do 2 things at the same time. I can combine 2 things into 1 thing. As for how to operate it, I already have some ideas. Jia Su reached out to pat Sun Lang's shoulder, and his tone was unusually gentle. Thank you for your hard work. His expression was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it was filled with sincerity and love. This was the praise and encouragement from a senior to a junior, an expression of kinship based on blood. Sun Lang was taken aback before he nodded slowly. It's nothing. Your grandmother will be happy. Jia Su said slowly, she once lost you, and then lost you again. You can imagine the pain she's been through, and I'm sure you can empathize with her. The past 2 years have been very difficult for her. So, don't make her sad this time. Sun Lang was silent. Jia Su pressed his shoulder. You're a sensible child who always has your own ideas. I don't know where you've been these 2 years, and I don't know why you've been hiding, but since you've done this, you must have your reasons, just like how you've reappeared now. Don't do anything you'll regret. Sun Lang didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. He just nodded and said, I'll return to Qinzhou after dealing with Wang Zixing's body. Uncle, please take care of Rongwa Mansion when I'm not here. Jia Su said, Don't worry. Sun Lang nodded. He stood up and looked at the courtyards and houses around him. This was Rongwa Mansion, a place that was both real and fake to him, strange and familiar at the same time. There were some things that would come to an end here. Let's go. He left Rongwa Mansion with Jia Sherdao and Wang Zixing's body. This time, it was a different carriage. Jia Sherdao was the driver, and Sun Lang and Wang Zixing's body were in the carriage. Sun Lang was patting Wang Zixing's body to create some vicious evidence for framing. Jia Sherdao was unhappy. Sun Lang's voice came from inside. You were just hiding from your father. Do you have to do this? Jia Sherdao sighed. I really don't know how to face him. Just like how I can't agree with the way he does things. Those are innocent lives. Those people didn't know anything, and they were even loyal to their duty. But my father wanted to kill them. He swung the horsewhip and seemed to be very resentful. And he killed those followers of the Wang family without any explanation. Why did he kill them? It's okay to leave them alive. We can tell the Wang family that Wang Zixing trespassed into the old ancestor's courtyard and was repelled by father after being discovered. He then retreated in shame and didn't even care about his attendant. Those attendants can be used to prove this story. Sun Lang smiled. First, your father didn't think of taking advantage of the situation to trick the Wang family and the Shi family when he killed them. Second, he doesn't think like you. He's used to having everything under control, so he has to eliminate as many uncertain factors as possible. And the human heart is the most uncertain thing in the world. It's better to kill them all than to leave them alive. He's always so domineering and self-opinionated. Jia Sherdao swung the horsewhip and complained. I've had enough of his control since I was a child. He doesn't seem to care about me, but in fact, he has to care about everything. He always thinks that I don't know anything and always wants me to be like him. Sun Lang just laughed. Jia Sherdao was still angry. Don't even think about it. I don't want to be as cold-blooded and heartless as him. I don't want to listen to him. When I left home and went north to join the army, I made up my mind that from now on, I will control my own destiny and never listen to anyone. Sun Lang suddenly said, "Let the horse go faster." "Oh." Jia Sherdao responded subconsciously. Then he realized and said angrily, "Brother." Sun Lang laughed. They chatted all the way until the carriage slowly came to the Shi family's house. Jia Sherdao was still holding a grudge against his father, which was normal. Sun Lang didn't bother to talk to him. He jumped out of the carriage and looked ahead. "This is the Shi family's house?" Jia Sherdao nodded. "Yes. It's much shabbier than the Wang family and the Rong and Ning mansions. Indeed, in terms of size and area, the Shi family's house was much smaller than the Wang family and the Jia family." Jia Sherdao explained, "The Shi family's style is simple and they don't like to be extravagant and wasteful. That's their explanation." In fact, they don't have money. There were rumors that the Shi family's women had to do needlework to support the family. "It's unbelievable," Sun Lang said curiously. "How is that possible? The Shi family now dominates Jinling by stepping on the faces of the other three families. Without money, how can they afford to raise so many servants and children?" It was true that the poor studied and the rich learned martial arts. Practicing martial arts required not only the guidance of a famous teacher, but also the support of logistics. Not only did they need to have high-calorie and high-protein food, but they also needed rare and precious herbs to improve their physique. How could they do it without money? Jia Sherdao scratched his head. "I don't know. I don't really care about these things. Forget it. No matter what kind of little secret the Shi family is hiding, we'll get the answer sooner or later." Sun Lang dragged Wang Zixing's body out of the carriage. "I'm going to put the body down. You stay here," Jia Sherdao said. "Don't move." "I know." The Shi family's house. Sun Lang skillfully climbed over the wall and entered the Shi family's house with Wang Zixing's body. No matter who killed Wang Zixing, he was going to put the blame on the Shi family. He dodged all the way, moving swiftly in the manner. There was a technique involved in framing someone as a scapegoat. The corpse had to be placed in a very exquisite place that could not be discovered by the Shi family. It could also be easily found by the Wang family who came knocking on the door, so that it could be used to its best effect at the right time and place. As for where to put it, was there a need to say? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.